Hey guys, and welcome to Little Black Book 91. We are here giving you guys, as always, on a Saturday night, a live around the episode. Yes, we are speaking to you guys about episode 12. It's kicked off with another banger. We've seen Jason and Liz coming together happily ever after. We've seen Kyra not choose AJ. We've seen KG and Amber seemingly riding off into the sunset. And Joel and Vern, well, they chose each other, but I'm not quite sure what's going on there. But we'll talk some more today. First of all, guys, if you're new to the channel, make sure you like, share, subscribe, click on the bell button for notification of what? Uploads. And for those of you who have been returnees, you already know what it is. You got the minerals, baby. You got the minerals, baby. And listen, stay hydrated, okay? Stay hydrated because the streets are hot. Listen, I don't have my bottle today because I think I left it in the gym. I'll have to go collect it later on. But listen, listen, we have to have a real good talk today. Now, listen, I know so many people have their own thoughts around the Kyra and the Jason situation, okay? So many of you, okay? It's crazy. How much people have opinions, and I love it. I want you to have more opinions. We love it around the show. We want you to have different opinions. It makes conversation flow nicely. So I'm going to put this thing here. Listen, if you want to have your say tonight, please get on our email, hit us up, and let's get you on the show because we want to have a conversation today around the topic of Ready to Love. Listen, let me even get my thing all lined up because I don't want it to get messed up. Do you feel what I'm saying? All right, cool. So let's talk a little bit. Let's talk a little bit. Okay. I want to talk specifically first about KG and Amber. I think KG and Amber, as always, are great. I like their energy. You know what I'm saying? I do actually like their energy. It's weird because although I like the energy, I don't know how much seriousness. Like, I know they're serious, but it's almost odd. Like, I find it difficult sometimes. I'm looking at them and like, I'm hoping that it's true and they're not trying to pull the wool over our eyes. You know what I'm saying? But something is not quite clicking. So it's interesting because obviously the conversation that they both had at the respective family members, it was really interesting because like KG's brothers were on crud. Them man were on crud. Yeah, they were asking all sorts of questions. I was like, bruh, like, you ain't gonna give this girl a little bit of a rest time. Like, you just gonna be putting it on her like that. Like, they really put it on. They stuck it on her. They was like, look, he's had heartbreaking before. On this occasion, how do we know you're not being, you're not, basically lying or whatever. And then, I was confused. I was like, bro, these guys are coming at her heart. One guy was like, basically, how come you're single? I was like, yo, brother, listen, like, you're gonna have to what's his name? Keenan, you're gonna have to reel that in. You have to hang that in. You have to rein that in. Just a little rein that in, all right? My man was out of order. Yes, precisely. This comment here. He was out of order, okay? Out of order. That was not needed, okay? If we're talking about families that were grilling, okay? Kyra's mum and cousin, yeah, that's a grilling. Like, the facial expressions, I was like, yes, DJ, bring the strength down in the room. I was like, KG's family, Kyra's family, even a little bit of AJ's mom was a little bit, but she wasn't too tough. But I was like, yo, like, y'all really coming in strong, So it's like, yo, like, I just felt to myself, yo, you know are doing a bit much, like, with the fam them. So, I was like, yeah, probably need to chill back on that, man. It's not a question I would ask. I would never ask my sister. I would never ask my sister's potential man, why are you still single at 30? Like, or do you know what I mean? Like, I just never would do that. I would never want to do that. I think we got the opposite of family. I guess opposite of good family We saw Venetia's family, really liked Venetia's family. Asked good questions, but kept it open. Asked good questions, but they kept it open. And what I loved about that was that they were just keeping it true. They didn't try to kill they didn't try to kill our boy Joel, but they were asking real questions and making sure that he is the right person for their daughter, and I like that. Even the I think it was a little daughter. I hope it was a daughter. My apologies if it wasn't. Also added some things. We've never seen her smile so much. Never seen her. Never seen her. Be so excited. And I was like, okay, I hear that. You know what I'm saying? Like. They might actually might like him. You know what I mean? Like, I was cool. I was cool that I liked what they brought to the table. Do you know what I'm saying? But yes, Monty. Yes, absolutely. Good point here. So it's interesting, yeah. The stepdad mentioned it, and Joel was like, he picked up on it. Basically, what happened was, the stepdad said, obviously, I hope you know about her attitude, right? And Joel immediately said, well, we can't be having that here around here, etc., etc. And I said, oh. And I said, oh, okay. So he this is probably what he's talking about, right? With the whole thing with Venetia, about the thing why he felt a little some way, right? He felt some way about Venetia, which was the attitude maybe, or the energy she brings to the table, right? But it's interesting that Venetia and his family connected, the girls connected on being territorial. Is it not interesting that that the girls on his side mentioned about being territorial, and I was like, okay, so this is nothing new to him. Maybe this is something that he's trying to dodge and avoid. You know what I mean? So maybe that's something he's seen from his sisters or cousin and wants to avoid that. Do you know what I'm saying? Then obviously, yeah, Cigar made a good point here as well, that her sister, sister mentioned obviously V being more into being more into him than he is into her, and I think if they can peep that, that's problematic. Not because Vern's doing it bad, but because they know what Joel's also feeling. The Joel potentially is not going to be committing so soon. But they mentioned that Courtney was the exact same way. And I thought that was interesting. I said, wait, hold on a minute. Courtney was the exact same way. And Courtney's obviously his ex that passed away. Sorry to, our condolences. But Courtney was the exact same way as what Vern was doing. And I was like, so he's got a type. There's an energy that he likes, or seemingly denies that he likes, but ends up going for. You know what I mean? And so I was like, okay, so, bro, like, is this something that you actually like and you keep saying you don't like? Or maybe was that something that you saw in your ex that you wanted to change about the next partner? You didn't want to have that. You know what I mean? So I don't know, man. That's what I would say. Sean wants me to die today, bro. Listen, I can't even talk about Jason anymore. Them man will cancel me if I talk about Jason today, boy. The audience know that. The audience don't like me talking about Jason. Anyway, but yeah, I was like, okay. Oh, okay. So the family, it's odd. Like I said, it's odd because the family pointed out that Vern is much more appreciative of him than he is of her, and I'm wondering, that's not a good sign. That's not a good sign. I'm thinking, just because they mentioned it again, you know what I mean? And we know how he is, Joel, as well. Then we had obviously as well. We had Kyra meet AJ and AJ's mum. AJ's mum put us on game. I ain't gonna lie to you. AJ's mum put us on game. To be fair, she put us on game of what we saw on the live. Okay, if you guys didn't see the live that we had, we saw AJ and he was, he was being, I would say, avoiding questions. He was avoiding. I wouldn't say avoiding. Actually, no. He talks at length because he's thinking of so many different things at once. When he's answering a question, I think he suffers in that point, in that moment. Very similar to David. Like the question doesn't get answered directly. You know what I mean? So I think something similar here was happening alongside with AJ, because he had the same kind of issue where he would not be able to answer the question directly, and then his mum let us know, oh, AJ, he'd be starting things and not be finishing. You know, you know what I mean? Like the mum was like, guys. Mum was like, guys, yeah, AJ, that boy be starting things but not be finishing. But he is accomplished. And that's something that's really interesting as well, because AJ is when he's independent, so when he wants to learn something, he will put his mind to it and go and learn it, but he starts things and doesn't finish. And I was like, okay, I see that. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't a beef. You know what I mean? Like I appreciated that perspective that the mum gave us as well. Okay, I don't think it swayed Kyra's perspective, to be honest. The mum wants grandkids. You know, and that particular thing. You know, the mum is like, is any girl gonna stick around? Basically, the mum was basically saying, is there gonna be a girl that's gonna stick around? Because at this rate, you have been moving from moat to moat. You've been up and down, up and down, up and down. You know what I'm saying? You don't be consistent. You don't keep these goals. You know what I'm saying? So that's another perspective we got to see. Obviously AJ went to Kyra's family. You know, the cousin especially was trying to break AJ. I don't know if the cousin had something against him or what, but the cousin was trying to drop bars, was trying to move Madkes. I said the cousin was doing a lot, blood. I said, you better chill, baby. Okay, you know, I was like, yo, like the cousin was doing a lot, man. I said, damn. But yeah, I mean, I don't think we got to see anything different. It was a friend, even not a cousin. Sorry, a friend. Apologies. You know, it just, yeah. I mean, to be honest, yeah, they weren't. The friend, the cousin, whatever who it was like, nah, this ain't it. She was like, this ain't it. Basically, with her energy and what the friend was saying, she basically said, this ain't it. You know, this ain't it. Basically. But the facial expressions were what was killing me, man. The friend she can't keep a straight face. I said, oh, snap, girl, you gonna sell everything that you're trying to say all up on here. There's no poker face with this one. Do you know what I'm saying? But you know, at least she said her truth at the time anyway. So I had no beef there. Do you know what I'm saying? All in all, the episode was an interesting episode. Okay. I don't think we got to hear anything different than what we don't really know. I think we already knew there was going to be some madness. I think we already saw that, you know, the choices that were made were going to be made, right? I kind of knew already that she wasn't going to, that she wouldn't choose AJ. We already knew that. Like, that's nothing new. Her not choosing AJ, nothing new, man. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't think we were surprised by that. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I don't even have much to even add on this particular episode, because there was nothing really new underneath the sun. What was different? What was there? In fact, comment in the comment section. Let me know something that we don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me know something that we missed. Let's talk about something. You know what I'm saying? Hope Funches, thank you very much. I appreciate that, man. Let me know something that I didn't that we need to talk about in the thing. I'll talk about Jason in a second. You know, I'll talk about Jason in a second. Okay. And I know people are gonna get on my neck today. Okay. People are gonna get my neck today about Jason stuff, because Kojo, would you speak to a mum be pushing it? How do you mean? Smooth frequency. Say, expand on your question. I don't fully get it. AJ playing the piano, and it was a beautiful scene. It was. Wow, that's crazy. Okay. Let's see. Is Houston sleeping with each other? Whoa. Okay. Okay. Cool. last bit, and I'll bring on Shanice onto the panel, and we'll get some more people talking as well. So the Jason situation, right? The Jason and Liz situation. Okay, here's my thing. Can I be honest about the Jason situation? Some of you are going to call me haters, but let it be haters if it has to be. Okay, let me say this. Okay. So there was something that was said by Jason which had me feeling a certain way. Okay. Now, Jason said, you know what, Liz being a Christian or a woman of God was a bonus. And I said, bonus? Actually, I don't even know if it was Jason or was it Liz. One or two of them said being like a Christian or being a man of God or being spiritual was a bonus. And I started scratching my head because I was like, this is why I feel like everything's just not quite right. We've got the celibacy talks, which I don't really get. We had somebody saying it's a bonus that you're Christian, and I'm like, no, that's not a bonus. If you're saying you're about this Christ life, then you are actually, this is not a bonus, this is a foundation. I think it was Liz, wasn't it? I think it was Liz who said it. I was like, Liz, I was looking at Liz and I was looking at them and I was like, I said, if we're Christians here, how was it? And this is why I said I felt the energy is not quite right, because it's like the Christian aspect is a bonus, but you led with the Christian aspect. I'm a woman of God. So when that's why I was confused, because I was like, you remember I asked Kyra, I said, wait, did Jason do Bible study with you? And Kyra said he didn't do the Bible study with her. So I was like, wait. I was like, wait. I was like, wait. Hold on a minute. So you didn't do Bible study with Kyra, but you did Bible study with Liz. Okay. Now I said, And now Liz's too is caught up on Jason being able to break down Daniel 10. And I was Daniel in the Bible, and I was like, okay. And so then obviously that's why I caught on to the fact that obviously when Kyra's said about the celibacy, it then clicked in my mind. I was like, the celibacy thing. Okay. So now if Jason and Kyra are not talking about celibacy, they're not talking about Jesus necessarily being a prerequisite to a relationship. So how come Liz is okay with that? I was like, I'm confused because Liz is leading with that. You know what I mean? Right? And this is what I was saying earlier on about the fact that Liz, I was saying that if you watch the clip, I think I watched it last time. I was like, if you watch the clip from last time, right? When she mentions the celibacy thing to him about what do you think about sex, and he starts talking about it, her face is not convinced. This is the episode 5 where just after the ball and they go on their first date, I believe it's episode 5 or 6, right? And I was like, okay, cool. I'll let her go. And then we get onto the show, this episode, and then he starts talking about, my favorite scripture is Matthew 13, and I was like, okay. And I was like, okay, but if you don't know, people can quote scripture. The devil can quote scripture. I'm not saying Jason is a devil. Please, I'm not saying that. I'm talking about the fact that if Liz is really saying that she's about this Christ life, but the man that's coming can just be seemingly. I want to say seemingly because you know what I'm saying. can just mold himself to you. That is what I think I was feeling about Jason, that I wasn't really quite settled with him. And this is what I meant about the nice guy versus good guy. The nice guy molds himself to you because he's people pleasing, right? He's worshiping you. But the good guy understands boundaries and who he is. So I was I was thinking to myself, okay, do you know what? Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. Do you know what I'm saying? So I was, because even when he started talking about it, I was like, and then the prayer at the beginning is what threw me. I didn't want to be negative Nancy. I really didn't want to be it. But when I was watching it, I said, I don't know if I believe this. I don't know if I believe this. This is classic. Come here and do little religious 1 2 1 2. And I'm not trying to judge his relationship with God. Listen, all I'm saying is how it looks like. Okay, this is all I'm saying about how it looks like. Okay, and so it was like, yo, let's pray. And I was like, it felt a little bit forced. I'm not trying to bash, man. By the way, this is not about if Jason's a good guy or not, or whether he's a nice person. No, we're talking about behavior here. Okay, talking about behavior. So what I'm saying is that it just looked like Jason was kind of molding himself in that particular situation. Do you know what I'm saying? Like that's what it felt like. It felt like he was molding himself in that situation, and Liz was going along with it, right? That's what it felt like, And here's my thing. I know he said grace. It just felt a little bit, Here's my thing. Many people keep talking about, people keep talking about the fact that Jason is willing to honor the celibacy of Liz. And I want to ask this question. Okay, I want to ask this question to anybody. The women in the chat, I need answers from you. Okay, I need answers from you. How many of you have dated a man who said he's going to willingly wait whilst you be celibate and has actually accomplished the task? I need to know. Comment. I need somebody to comment in this comment section. Tell me someone who has met a man who wasn't practicing celibacy before you, met you, and then decided he's going to be celibate and did it. I'm just going to ask that question. Megan Good is not a man. Megan Good is not a man. Don't compare women to men. I'm talking about men. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to cuss nobody. I'm talking about men, not women. Men. How many men do you know that go from being non-celibate and suddenly becoming celibate with you and it working? Right? There's not many of them. That's why I said it's odd. You see what I'm saying? And this is what I'm saying about the molding. Let me not start. You know what I mean? This is what I was saying about that's why I felt like it's the molding, because it's very difficult to shift your mind from here to here. It's a very sex here. Listen, I love sex. Let me be honest with you. You guys know I don't lie to you. I cannot lie to you guys. I'm a Christian, born again individual with the Holy Spirit. And let me tell you something. I love sex, but let me tell you this now. I cannot just switch. I can't one day say I'm not practicing this thing and then suddenly become next day Superman in not trying to do this thing, because it's not realistic. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just gonna keep it real. So I'm not bashing him. You know what I'm saying? I'm not bashing him. I'm merely saying it felt like that. It only that it felt like that. And because, like I said, in Christianity, in the church, we know a lot of people that play church, but he may be a real Christian. You know what I'm saying? He may be born again, filled the Holy Ghost, etc., etc. So I'm not trying to change and say what's his relationship with God. I'm merely talking about the fact that there are some other areas, okay, that I'm saying to you that it doesn't make sense because he wasn't practicing this before. You know what I mean? Do you get what I'm saying? So the sudden switch. Hey, they may get to listen. Karen and Miles made it. Jason and Liz potentially could also make it. You know what I mean? I'm only highlighting the problems that I see. You know what I'm saying? I'm only highlighting the problems that I see. It may not end up that way. You know what I'm saying? It may not get that way. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So, how do we know if he was having sex before marriage? Someone said, how do we know he was having sex before marriage? How do we know that? We make an assumption based on the fact that he was already saying that it's going to be tough, like woo woo, etc., etc., right? Because it shouldn't have been a question. If you're asking me a question about what do you think about celibacy, I'm like, yeah, I'm with you, I'm on it. Now, whether I do something mad later on is something else, but my first answer is not going to be, it's tough. My first answer is, no, I'm on it. That's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying to do. Because that's what it's expected of me. You know what I'm saying? Right? That's what's expected of me. As a person who loves Jesus, what's expected of me is that I don't start from a position of, I'm going to have sex. I start from a position of, I'm really not trying to have sex. I'm really trying to make sure we do this properly and stay pure as possible and get to the finishing line. You understand? Like, I don't start from sex and then come down. I start from, we're not having sex. You know what I'm saying? And if I fall, that's my bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't trying to be that way. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Okay? That's what I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Okay? You know, so, hey. You know what I'm saying? So, okay, cool. So, but that's my points there. Let's see who else. I've got someone in the background. Guys, you guys want to join a panel? Listen, you have to hit me up with an email, guys. You know what I'm saying? If you want to join the conversation, please hit me up on an email. Let me just make sure I've got nobody messaging me in another thing because I've got some people. Yeah. Let me just see this now, guys. Okay, cool. All right, let's see this, bro. All right, cool. Guys, if you want to join the conversation, please hit me on the email. Hit me on the email. The email's at the bottom there, guys. If you want to join the conversation, because you see, a lot of people be in the chat and the comments after the show. Can you come on the show? Come on the show. Don't come and comment. Come on the show and say your piece. Whether we agree or disagree doesn't make no difference. I like the fact we're having conversation. Come and leave your comment. You understand? Come and leave your comment. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So let's leave it there. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So wait, hold on. Someone said Liz is a woman of God and you never know how it's gonna. Okay, can I address this? Okay. Look, let me be very frank with you, okay? It can work out, but I would never advise it. It can work out, but I'd never advise it. Okay? We know that people can be the exceptions to rules, right? But I would never advise it. If you're a Christian and you're watching this particular live, you don't try to date someone who's not on the same wavelength, right? Forget Liz and Jason. If you are a Christian woman or male, you don't try to choose someone who's not on the same wavelength in loving Jesus and thinking you and your good energy and your good relationship with God can change them. I want to make that very clear to anybody who's dating. We've all made that mistake when you're young. We've all made that mistake when we came first to the faith. We've all made that mistake thinking, oh, that guy or girl, I can bring them to the faith. Stop it. Stop it right now. Your relationship with them could potentially ruin them, not save them. Okay, and Jesus does the saving. You are not the savior of man, okay, or woman. So if you are getting into relationships, look, I hear it, right? But it's much easier to pull someone down than it is to pull them up. You should be trying to choose somebody who really is on the same journey as you, being born again. Okay? All right? That's the line we should be starting from. There are exceptions. Some people are blessed enough that they do get with some people and they're not Christians and they give their life to Christ. But when you read 1 Corinthians 7, what does it say? It's talking about people already in that circumstance. It says people who have already been married and somebody gets saved. You don't have to leave the marriage, because then you potentially could be sanctified and save your husband or save your wife, but you were already in that situation. You were already in that situation. It is not for people to now get into one. That's not what it was asking. Now, I'm not saying that they're not exceptions. There are always exceptions. There are always exceptions, and people are exceptions. God sometimes can move certain people to be with somebody else, and you know what? Okay, here's my thing. Okay, here's my thing. When everybody's saying I'm the exception, you already know it's a problem. Okay, if you really say that you are the exception, I'm not going to check you. I can only say to you, I don't know if that's correct, but if you go for it, you have to go for it. Fair enough. But then you got to deal with the consequence. What happens when it breaks down? Don't be saying God told me. Don't be saying God. No, God didn't tell you that, bruv. You understand? Let's keep it simple. Okay, we've all been there. We've all done it. All right, most of us have done it before. I've done it myself. When I first came to the faith, there's a girl that was iffy with the faith, iffy. Like, she was kind of, she knew God was there, she knew Jesus was there, but really wasn't really trying to live that life. And I tried to entertain that, and guess who lost? I lost. I started entering her world. Because no matter how strong you are trying to pull someone who spiritually isn't the same wavelength as you. It's you don't want to do that, man. Do you know what I'm saying? So forget Jason and Jason and thing. This was simply about literally anybody who's dating and going into that kind of thing. All right, cool. You know what? Okay, let's yeah. Okay. Do not missionary date. All right, let me get Shanice on and we'll get the conversation flowing. Hey, Shanice, how you doing? You right?
Hi, I'm good. And you?
I'm good, Shanice. I'm good. What did you want to talk about today? We're talking about Ready to Love, episode 12. What did you want to talk about today?
It was, as you said, I think a lot of things, nothing new really happened in this episode. I did find the prayer to be interesting. I was like, did he ever pray on any of these dates? Did he pray over the charcuterie boards and all these things? That, you know what I mean? So to me, it's like, if I see that happen on the dates, it's like, so then are you presenting this thing that you think that I want? Right? Because it's easy to read Liz. Like, you know what Liz wants. She wants a God-fearing man. And, you know what I mean? Like, you're preparing for the date. You know her family and friends are going to be people of faith. So to me, it's nothing to really whisper prayer and learn to scriptures as just prep for this date or whatever. So I didn't necessarily know if that was genuine or not, but it is what it is. But I think in terms of when he went to meet his mother, I think that was nice. The mom asked him really good questions. She asked genuine questions. She asked, I think, like, kind of like, I guess a mother would, like a mother that cares for his son's girlfriend or whatever. I think she asked her, like, would you be able to lead him gently and that kind of thing. I thought those were really great questions. And, just reading Jason's body language and then the way he leaned into her, while talking to his mom and stuff, it showed that he was comfortable. And, you know what I mean? So I think that they potentially could make it. I don't necessarily see any major reasons why not. I guess the celibacy faith thing may be an issue if it is that he isn't wholeheartedly on board and not just like, well, I will do it as long as you're doing it. And if you want to, I'll too. If you want to have sex, I'll have sex too. That kind of thing, because people do that. It's like they holding out because you holding out, and you have to be the strong one, and they're not there to necessarily support you in your time of struggle or challenge with that. So I think that might be interesting. But all in all, they might make it, they might not. I think when it came to Venetia and Joelle, her family was really nice, his family as well. Strong, it seems like he has a lot of strong women in his life, and they care about him, and they see. And I think the fact that I think his sister said that she was territorial and Venetia was the same way. So like, I feel like he has a kind of energy that he has around him, and I guess he sees that in Venetia to a certain extent. I did find it interesting in the end when she said that she was looking forward to marriage, and he was interested in seeing where it goes. I was like, you know what I mean? It seemed like they were on two different wavelengths when it came to where they saw the relationship. And I hope that doesn't hurt her in the end. That they could come to a common ground. And I'm curious to know if it is that like they have private conversations that we don't see. Or maybe he gives her different energy than he gives when the camera is around. You know what I mean? Because I think that Venetia is a smart person, so I don't necessarily think that even though she's into him a bit more, I don't think that she would just jump out herself like that. I think that he is also giving her kind of energy that we may not always see.
Good points, Denise. Appreciate it. Good points. Erica, welcome to the conversation. We're talking about Ready to Love, season 4, episode 12. What's your thoughts today to add?
Good evening, everybody. Yes, I wanted to chime in on Liz and Jason and what you were saying earlier about him, kind of being kind of fake and molding himself to be more spiritual because he's with her, and then maybe he's a different person with Kyra. And I think that there is some truth to that. And I think that a man is trying to fill out these different women and their different personalities. And I think ultimately that's probably why he chose Liz, because of the spirituality, because Kyra was more, he had more of a physical attraction to Kyra. It was more like sexually charged, but ultimately it was more surface level. And he wanted something deeper with Liz because I remember him mentioning that he got cheated on in the past.
That's true. Yeah.
And I think, looking at Liz and then the purity flower and all of that coming together, that's why he chose her ultimately, because he felt like she would be a safer choice and she probably wouldn't be one to cheat on him.
Good. Oh yeah, good point. That's very true. That is very, very true. Yeah, he did mention that earlier on about him being cheated on him, and Liz. I guess obviously, if I'm looking from his perspective, that is I don't even want to say safer bet. I want to say that's a more sensible choice to make, right? Because you're getting that risky energy from Kyra, if I'm honest with you, right? In that regard, so in that regard, yeah, he's getting marked for risky. A riskier proposition by going with Kyra. It's probably I don't want to say safer again. I'd rather say it's a more sensible choice on his behalf to go for someone like Liz as well.
Especially with Kyra's indecisiveness, and I'm pretty sure that kind of made him feel uneasy. Like, if another man can keep her attention to where she can't even choose me, then this could be a possibility that she might be one of those women that might constrain in the relationship.
What was your thoughts then on the mother making a claim that does Liz know how to lead him without leading?
I think that's that old fashioned, mentality, church women that you know how to lead your man without letting him know that you're leading him. And as far as the way she answered it, I think she answered it to the mother's satisfaction. Yeah. And I think she says she doesn't have much experience in that way, because I think Liz has been single for like over 10 years.
17 years, I think he has been. Oh no, not single. 17 years without a real relationship, but yeah.
Yeah, so she wouldn't have been able to give a good answer to that question, I don't think.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Would you agree with that statement that you would want to lead your husband without him knowing you're leading him in a sense?
No. Because I think it goes into the realm of manipulation.
Okay. I didn't even think of that. Okay.
That
Let's
goes
run
into
down
the
that thought. What do you mean by that? I didn't think of that at all.
it's like you're strategizing and you're making sure you're staying one step ahead and you're kind of leading him where you want him to go instead of being upfront and open and saying, well, this is what I would like and this is, what we should do, and trying to get his input on it instead of trying to lead him somewhere without him even knowing. To me, that
Mm.
sounds like manipulation.
Oh, I didn't even deep it like that.
Hmm.
Wow. Okay. Okay. No. I'm hearing that. Okay, that's different. Okay. Okay. No, I'm hearing that. I'm hearing that. That does make a little bit more sense in terms of what you said there. I'll come back to you, Erica. Thank you for that. That's good contribution. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Chrissy, welcome to the conversation. It's good to have
Hi.
you on here. Again, we're talking about, I guess we're in the line of talking about Liz and Jason's situation. Wanted to get what your thoughts were.
I feel like Liz at this point, she just want to believe that Jason is real. Like she make me
Mm.
feel of like Alexis and AG. Like there's so many red flags because one thing when you read about the Bible and you believe in God and you at that level is you want to share the message. So I think it's a little bit strange that with Kara is so like about it's okay. I don't think he had any issue to have like sex with Kara, like having any relation like sexual relationship with Kara. And I just feel like Jason is just fitting with Liz. Yeah, I think Liz, she's okay with him fitting with what she's doing, but I don't think she actually believe. Yeah, I don't believe in the relationship. To be honest, I don't believe in the relationship. I don't feel like Jason won because Kara didn't choose AJ, because Jason wanted Kara to choose him, and she did. And she didn't do it. So
Mm.
I and at this point I don't know. I watched the whole show, and I feel like deep down a lot of women are coming from for Kara because she was like the best choice for every man. Like she was the youngest. No, she
Mm.
wasn't the youngest, but I think it was Amber than her. She has no kid, never married, and in my opinion, I think all the men wanted her, but she wasn't accessible to them. And I think that was a big issue among the women, even for Liz. Like, and also I don't believe in Liz persona.
Mm.
No, I don't
How
believe
so?
it.
What have you seen? What have you seen that you feel like you don't believe the persona? What behaviors have you seen?
The first one thing that happened recently is when they were at the table at the game, they were, I think it was the meeting between the ladies after the
Okay.
cabin when Kara expressed herself of all she felt about Jason, all like she felt like Jason was trying to play her or make her feel bad because she didn't choose, she wasn't ready to choose, and then Liz, I think in a confessional, she was saying that Kara trying to put dirt on Jason's name.
Mm.
And I was thinking, like, you don't know what they talk between each other. Why are you so quick to think that she's just lying? You know that they have like, and like Jason and Kara had a connection. You knew like that they have like spent time together. So maybe her feelings are really justified. So I feel like I think she's kind of sneaky. Like I don't believe her. Like everything she's saying, like I think she's really about God, and I think she coming from a good space, but I don't think she's real. I don't believe in everything she's saying.
Mm. Okay. Fair enough. Okay, fair enough. Appreciate it, Chris. What was your thoughts to the mother's contribution around, her leading, without him knowing that she's leading? Is that something that you would want in a relationship?
I think like it's not something that I want, but I feel like we all do that in in her relationship. I don't think it's
Mm.
manipulation. It's just sometimes you just have like a touch, a woman touch, of just to let your man know something, bring a different perspective. It's not really.
Mm.
I don't think it's manipulation. And I think like the man is the head, But as the woman, I'm going to support you. And one job when I'm supporting you is talking one of your ears, so you can I can bring you another perspective, because you cannot lead all the time. It's heavy on somebody. You need like your woman to be able to share thoughts and break bread with you and guide you also when you don't know, because sometimes as a man you just don't know, and that's okay. So that's why I'm your woman. I should be able to lead you, but without you feeling like I'm being the man in the relationship. So I don't think there's anything wrong to give you some guidance. You're still the king of the castle.
I hear that. Appreciate the points, Chris. Appreciate the points. I think you know what, because I almost forgot about that comment that the mum made to Liz. But when I heard it first, the comment that the mum made about, do you know how to lead him without him knowing you're leading him? I was like, okay, but so when we talk about the term leading, and I think this is quite interesting because I need to remember exactly what kind of question, if this was the exact same question that the friends asked Liz and Kyra when they were having their date at the golf place, or whatever, the automated golf place, right? And a similar question was asked in terms of how they want the relationship structure to go, and Kyra answered it, I want the man to lead. But if I remember correctly, I can't remember what I cannot remember for the life of me what Liz's answer was, but it wasn't as direct as Kyra's, right? But it's again for me. I'm this is talking about. We're not saying Jason's bad. Again, I want to make it very, very clear to people who are joining this live. This is not about saying Jason's bad or he's even a bad catch. I'm talking about the type of woman that he needs or wants, or the type of woman that he's gonna need, right? Because in order for, I mean, it kind of proves the point which I was making, which is that the ability to drive the relationship, the ability to lead the relationship, I felt like Jason's not carrying that energy. And here's some evidential points here. Like I said, irrespective, I know that Kyra could have chosen Jason. Absolutely right, she could have, right? So that's her own falling. But he could have done this and he never did it, right? That for me is passive energy. Number two, okay, when it came to he made a comment at the ranch conversation about he's waiting for her to be the captain of the thing, and I was like, wait, why are you waiting for her to be the captain of the thing? And now we have his mum saying that are you the woman that's going to lead without knowing he's leading? And I'm like, And what's really interesting about this also is I think what's really interesting about this is that when it comes to these obviously relationships and stuff like that, especially with especially with Liz and Jason, I mean, if she's okay with this, then there's no beef from us. Who are we to say anything? This is, if she wants it, then fair enough, innit? But we have been saying this about Jason's energy from weeks ago, that something seems to not be quite leadership wise for Jason, and it's not coming through just yet. And maybe it's something that he's working on, right? So that's something that he's working on, and we'll probably see it maybe in the next few years coming to its full fruition, right? But I don't know if someone said listen, X is no joke. Yeah, okay, for instance, take Clarence and take Jason, and you'll realize that the two are completely different in terms of assertiveness, right? And do you know what I mean? It's like, it's just, I don't see that energy with Jason as such when it comes to him and Liz. But again, Liz may be okay with that, and that's something we have to just be like, Liz, hey, if you're cool with that, if you like it, we love it. You know what I'm saying? If you like it, we love it. I don't know what else want to add. Shanice, you want to add anything else? Sorry.
Sure. I just found it strange in the end where she's like, I know she said, "Mama, I got a man," or something like that. To me, it was a bit cringy. It's like, but it's cool. Because I think I saw she had done like a live with Clarence, and she was saying that it wasn't that she's been single for the last 17 years, but that she wasn't in any serious relationship. So I think it's interesting, but I also think that she is fine with Jason as how he is. Like, he isn't this dominant, at least aggressive type macho man. And I
Yeah.
think that she is fine with that, I believe. I also think that in terms of Kyra, I think she chose Jason as best as she could. In her whole indecisiveness or whatever, she chose Jason more than she chose AJ, I would say. And I don't necessarily know if it was her and AJ in the end, if they would have, sorry, if it was her and Jason in the end, if she would have, gone on to say, because she wanted to start a relationship with him either. I think this was, I don't necessarily know if she found a match in any of the guys that were there, but she stuck around because it was the show and the competition and everything. And I think that there was that balance of finding romance and also, you're on a show, so you kind of want to win or whatever. It's a kind of relationship, but it's also kind of a game show kind of way too. So, like, I think that, I don't know if what's the conversation she's having in her mind, but I think that she kind of was there and trying to back and forth between both of them. But I think in the end, she didn't necessarily care for either one of them as much as she probably wanted to, and I think in the end, she realized that it didn't even make sense with AJ, and I don't think that if it was Jason, it would have been much better either.
Good points. Appreciate it. Good point, Shanice. Erica, jump in for me.
It seems like Jason's mother was kind of trying to feel Liz out, like, can she pass the baton over to her? I've been the woman in his life, and I've been, the woman leading him and making sure he makes the right decisions and protecting him and watching over him. And so now I'm passing the torch over to you. So I think that probably is what she meant by that. Can you lead him without him knowing that you're leading him? And so that goes back to what they were saying last week about Liz is more like a mother figure, to him. And maybe that's the dynamic that he was looking for in the relationship, some kind of certainty and, some kind of, motherly figure, instead of with Kyra, who was more like, could have been his equal, but still a bigger challenge than Liz.
Yeah. Good points, Erica. Thanks for that. I think it's interesting because I think on this channel, we talk about a lot of stuff, right? We have a lot of different conversations. One thing I know for certain is how women feel about men leading. Like, I get the comments all the time. And what's really interesting is that for Jason, there's an exception that's being made, and it's really weird. And it's like, wait, y'all really we talk about this quite a bit, right? About the fact that we have a lack of men leading. Now, there are different types of leadership. I put my hands up in a relationship, right? But just taking in the instances of what's been said, and like I said, even the fact that mum made that comment about, can you lead him? In my head, I'm going to myself, like, we talk about men leading all the time, and when we talk about leadership, I've told you guys all the same thing all the time. When I talk about leadership, it's not domination. We're not talking about domination. So when we say men, I know that men, when we talk about leadership, you can have delegation. You can have moments in time where someone else is leading in this particular department. But I think I said this a few weeks ago. I said, this is where accountability and responsibility comes in as a man. And I even admitted myself. I said to you guys, listen, look, assertiveness is something that I'm even learning to do more, right? Because I know that it's something that is I'm a bit more malleable sometimes. I don't like to have fights. I'm not that kind of person that's going to be going on a mad one. And sometimes my boundaries, when I was younger, my boundaries were all over the place, mate. Yeah, I was a Mr. Nice Guy. That's why I can spot another nice guy, because I know what Mr. Nice Guy looks like. I can see it when they're worshiping. I can see it when they're molding themselves. I can see when they're being malleable, right? And the problem with that is that is not where you're going to finish. If you are in a stage of being moldable, then guess what happens? You're going to solidify. And when you solidify, will that person like you for who you are then? When you solidify. Because remember, when they met you, you were moldable. So that's why I think that's why I was trying to That's why I see the Jason situations, and I'm like, I'm scared for if it's gonna stay that way. But in truth, what we're talking about here is leadership, and I'm saying that when the mum made that comment, I think it kind of brought everything together. And it's like we talk about this on the channel all the time. I've done videos of this. We are not in the business of building men. I'm so sorry, we're not. Like, if he's not built, if he's not come prepared and he's not built, ladies, I've told you to leave it alone. Have I not told you that? I put that in videos. I said, if we're not doing Build-A-Bear, we're not doing Build-A-Bear. You know what I'm saying? We're not doing Build-A-Bear, man, them. So if a woman's having to, and this is another thing, from a Christian perspective, there are so many women in church who are leading spiritually, and the man knows two scripture, but it's not leading spiritually. And it happens all the time. Right? It happens all the time. So that's why I think that's why I'm trying to feel like, why am I feeling the way I'm feeling about the way the Jason situation? And it's these little things, and I'm trying to piece it, and now it's coming to me. Why? Because it's like, now we're doing exactly the same thing we said we don't want to see happening with women, where they're leading in areas that we want the men to lead in, and then we're celebrating Jason. I'm like, but why are you celebrating him? This is the kind of thing we've talked about. If you're not, we need you to be built. We don't need you now to be figuring that out. Be built. You know what I mean? Like, be built. Now, that doesn't mean that you're not going to know everything. Okay, it does not mean you're going to know everything. All we're talking about is the fact that when you have men who are still molding themselves in these areas, and then you are the grown person in that area as a woman, you are now beginning to build him. So you're going to build him spiritually? We're going to build him financially. And I'm not talking about Jason, by the way, at this point. I have to make this very, very clear, because people are going to be cussing me. I'm not talking about Jason at this moment. I'm talking about in general now. We've said this. We don't want women building men. Okay, right? And someone might say, oh, but it can work for someone. No, but it's not just about that. It's about generational after, because the men that are going to be raised from that family now are also going to see that the fact the woman built a man is problematic. And we're going to have more men who don't know how to build themselves. And this is what we have in this generation at this moment, right? We've got women building men. And I'm not talking about Liz and Jason at this moment. I'm talking about in general, right? And we don't want to see that anymore. Right, we see the state of what's happening especially in the black community. I don't know about the whites and them. Leave them to their business. They can have their thing. But within the black community, I see it quite a bit. It's just this building mentality. You know what I'm saying? I can make him who I need to make him to be. And I've already told you guys, whenever you do that, that's Dr. Frankenstein. Frankenstein killed his creator. That is what always happens. Do not build a man. This is not about Liz and Jason. This is now talking about generally now. Okay, all right. Let me get some. Chrissy, get me. Talk to me quickly, and then I'm gonna get Wendy and Tracy in the background on as well.
Oh, we're talking about building a man.
Oh, well, I was just talking about. I really was just talking about. I was really just talking about Liz and Jason in general, and I just kind of veered off. But you can touch on any of the points I made. It's up to you.
Oh, okay, but I wanted to touch like the fact that Vernisha and Joel. Isn't am I understanding that the sister said like Vernisha love him too much or like him too much too early? Like I'm trying to understand. Like, was it did you say it like as it was something wrong with it?
Say that last part again.
Did Joel's sister said it as is something wrong? As like Vernisha like him a lot?
Oh, she just said no. She just kind of said that she notices that he, that Vernisha likes him more. I didn't think she actually said it was a problem. She just kind of said she noticed it.
Okay. I wasn't sure. Okay, then it's fine. Thank you.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right, no worries, Chris. Appreciate you, Chris. Let me get Wendy and Tracy on and get you guys' perspective as well. Welcome to the conversation. Wendy, good seeing you back on here.
Thank you.
Been a minute. Loving the hair as well. Loving the hair, sis. Keeping it fresh. Love it. Yes. What's your thoughts? We've just been talking about Liz and Jason. I know people are going really hard on Jason. I think I am going a little hard on him.
Nah.
But what was your thoughts?
You're not going hard on him. Let me tell you something. I told you before about them good guys. This dude is a shape shifter. I know him. I know this kind. People have said it before. His energy was different when he was with Kyra. When he gets with Liz, all of a sudden it's this whole humility, almost angelic halo that's around him. If that is not how you are, we wouldn't have gotten that. If that's how he really was, we wouldn't have gotten that energy. We would have had that energy in the beginning. You know what I'm saying? His energy completely changed, and too many people noticed it. And like people say, if 1, 5, 20 people notices about you, something about it got to be true. So for him, he shapeshifted. I'm gonna tell you what got me. when he quoted them 2 scriptures, anybody who's really into faith, their belief system, it wouldn't be just, yeah, I like those 2 scriptures because they were really good and, they really affected my life. When you are true to the word, it's deeper than that. You're going to expound a little bit deeper on that. He didn't. That sounded like something that he read, and you know what? Oh God, let me remember where that's found. How many Christians do you know like that? How many Christians do you know that's like that? They can quote you back what the scripture said, but the meaning of it, you can tell when they mean it. It didn't feel like he meant it. And as far as his mother's concerned, let me tell you something. I'm a mom. That felt like a trick question to me, because how many mothers are going to ask, do you know how to lead my son? You're not going to ask that question. You're going to ask, how do you feel about being led? How do you feel like you can contribute in this relationship? You're going to ask about partnership. You're not going to ask how to direct my son that I have raised to be a man. Mothers don't ask questions like that. I think his mother set that question up to see what her answer was going to be. Because the thing is, the natural thing for most women would say was, well, I'm not trying to lead him. I mean, I want to be a partner with him. His mother knew exactly what she was doing when she asked that question. That sounded like a Wendy Williams question. That was a trick question.
Wendy be coming with all the bars always, baby. It's been a minute since we had you on here reading the people. I hear you. Appreciate you, Wendy. Thank you for that. Tracy, what's your thoughts? Do you have a different perspective? Maybe you have a different perspective. I know we've talked quite a bit on Liz and Jason, but maybe you have a different perspective on the situation. What's your thoughts? Oh. Tracy, can you hear us, Tracy? Can you hear? I don't know if she can hear. Tracy, can you hear me? Oh, we can't hear you, Tracy. We can't hear you. Your sound is a little bit out, sis. Your sound is out. Okay, we'll come back to you, Tracy. I think your sound is out. Yeah. So do you know what? I'm okay. So I want to give Jason some grace. You know what I mean? I want to give him some grace because I've been shooting him for the last few weeks. You know what I'm saying? I want to give him some grace. So okay, here's my thing. So when I'm talking about Jason, this is not about him being a bad partner, by the way. Okay, this is not him being a bad guy. And I think the reason why he's getting a lot more smoke is because he's the undetected one. Everyone else we can see, they're quite vibrant, right? Kyra's out there, AJ's out there. We've got shots for them all day, right? But I think Jason's kind of slipped the net, and I think that's why people are kind of voicing out what they feel on it. Do you know what I mean? And people said, am I biased towards Jason? I don't think it's even biased towards Jason. I just see that everyone's jumping on Jason and they're missing things, and I'm like, he's not a bad guy. This is what I'm trying to make it very, very clear. And I think no one's actually said he's a bad guy. He's not a bad guy. What we're talking about, and he's not dangerous or anything like that. What we're talking about is being real, because it feels like he's not being real. Like, for instance, if I'm a Christian, which I am, okay, I am the same way here on this platform as when you meet me, okay? Y'all see me when I talk about the show, I blend in scriptures, right? And it's the exact same way I am with people. I make analogies when I'm on the show. I make analogies when I'm with you in person. There is no difference to how I am here than when I'm even at work. I do the exact same thing. You know what I'm saying? I do the exact same thing. You can't have different personas. Now, obviously you're gonna have a little bit of a mix, and you're gonna have a little bit of you're gonna curb a little bit. If you're at work, we understand you're around white folk, let's keep it 100% real. You might have to curb a little bit of your energy as a black individual, but your who you are shouldn't necessarily be changing in the different terrains that you're in, like that you're almost being a chameleon in those spaces. I get it that you're kind of, you're adapting, but it felt a little bit like, I'm not sure if I'm getting the full you, Jason. Do you know what I'm saying? So we may be wrong. We may be all wrong. Listen, we may be all wrong. Do you know what I'm saying? And hopefully if Jason accepts and comes onto the channel, we can get a different perspective. And if I'm wrong, I'll even apologize. Say, bro, you know what? I read you wrong. You know what I'm saying? I read you wrong. And I'm happy to do that, because at the end of the day, we're here talking about behaviors, not the person, if they're bad or good. Tracy, is your mic working now? Are you available to talk right now? Is it working? Is it working? I think Tracy's situation is a bit peaked right now. Okay, cool. Let me see. I've got 2 more people I've got to invite as well. But Wendy, I know you jumped in. So talk to me again. Do you have any more contributions around? It could be Listen Jason, or we can talk about any other couple that's on your mind.
And Jason was just the most interesting to me. But I will say this. About Liz. I think that she is a great person. I think she is sweet and she means well. And I think that she leads with her heart, which sometimes can be very deadly and dangerous in a relationship. But I also think that Jason he sees the type of woman that she is and the comments that he has made. I think that he's putting her up like a China doll. And the minute that she falls or does something that's going to cause her to crack a little bit, I think him holding her accountable is going to be more excessive than it would be if he was with Kyra. I think he's put her up there. And now that she's up there, it's almost impossible for her to fall or to do something out of what he's fallen in love with. So to me, I wouldn't want to be in a position like that, because I need room to fail. Because in some avenues, I'm going to fail. And she needs room to fail, but it doesn't look like he's allowing her that. Just my opinion.
I hear that. Definitely hear that. Shanice, jump back in for me. You can talk about Lisa Jason. You can take it elsewhere if you want to talk about someone else.
Yeah. The other part of the show I found was interesting was with Chris, and when he met his brothers. I think that they were very aggressive in terms of their questions towards, I can't remember the young lady's name. What's her name again?
Amber,
yeah. I think they were very aggressive in terms of their questions, but I think she fielded them off pretty well. I guess based on his experience before on the show and, how he was treated, I guess if I was his family member, I would be the same way too, but I thought it was interesting. I think that she answered as best as she could. But yeah, I found that interaction was cool and a bit different in terms of the pace of the show.
Hearing that. I like that. Erica, hit it for me. What's your thoughts around KG and Amber?
Yeah, I think KG is way more into her than she is into him. And I did appreciate her brothers kind of, going hard for him, because I haven't heard him throughout the whole season really ask her any hard questions. I've heard him just like praise her, and whatever she says is the gospel. He hasn't really, for lack of a better word, interrogated her since she's a lawyer. He hasn't interrogated her enough to really get beneath, that outer layer that she shows to everybody. So I appreciate that her brothers did that, but she had all of the right answers, because again, she's a lawyer and she knows how to come back, with the right answers. So I don't see them working out. And if she gets him to go ahead and break his celibacy and stop retenting his sperm or his semen or whatever he's doing, I think that she's gonna break that. They're gonna have sex, and then she's gonna get bored with him.
Hearing that. Okay, fair enough.
I
Fair
think
enough.
I wish they had explored that a bit more on the show. His whole celibacy, sperm retention journey, I guess. But we probably would hear a bit of it from Tommy in the reunion. But I thought that it was strange that they waited until like the second to last episode to bring it up as a topic. Like so. Then, well, what were y'all talking about all this time that you didn't know that he was on this journey if it's so important to him?
Mm, 2 points. 2 points. Wendy, what you saying? Oh, sorry, I left you on mute. Go for it, Trace.
No,
It's
this
Wendy.
this whole season to me is a lesson in for women in general to read between the lines. Well, I ain't gonna say just women, but it's a whole bunch of in between the lines that things that are said but not said. I like you. I want to experience you in this journey, and all of these little catchphrases and everything. But as far as them saying that I want to be with you or we're going to take this further, it's like take it further. Where we going? Where are we going? It's a whole bunch of unended questions and unended answers and open questions. And it's like, it's a lesson in relationships. Ask for what you want and demand what you need. Ask it. Don't be afraid to ask, where is this going? How do you feel about me? Don't, we cool, we good. What does that mean? Where is this going? Point blank, period. We have got to stop doing that. We especially with women, we allow men, no, nothing, intended, but we allow men to get away with these little half-witted answers. Just answer the question. Stop all this dancing around. It's too much. It's too much. You're doing too much.
I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you still. I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you. Okay. Trace, we'll get Tracy on. Tracy, is your mic working now?
Yeah, it's working now.
Go.
Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. We can hear you now. Go for it.
You still can't hear me?
I think you're a little bit
You
delayed.
okay. Um, what was I called? Oh, about Liz and Jason. Yeah. What was I? Oh, about you leading. That's what it was. Yeah, all women want men to lead, but we got to realize all men aren't gonna lead. And I don't think his mom was saying like for her to lead, but women are supposed to be the help me. So if you're supposed to be the help me, you're supposed to help him. And he may make a decision that's a wrong decision, but you allow him to do that. If it's nothing too detrimental, allow him to do that. And then once he do that, you might say, well, let's try it this way. So that's what I think she meant when she said lead. I don't think she want her to actually lead him, and I think Jason and Liz, I like Jason and Liz. I think Jason and Liz are going to make it. As far as the celibacy thing, you know, Liz didn't really say she was celibate into marriage. She said until she get like in a monogamous relationship. And I think that's where a lot of people got the wires mixed up at, because they think she a Christian but all Christians don't, I guess, think on that same level because it's relationship, not religion. Some people start going on religion and then it's more drug out than it needs to be. So yeah, I like them. As far as KJ and Amber, I feel like Wendy Williams like no, no. I think KJ was desperate the first show, and I think when he came back, he was more desperate. He just wants somebody, and unfortunately, I don't believe it's Amber. Um, I just don't. I don't trust Amber. That whole Ron thing, and mm, Amber just like Wendy said, she gonna get what she want, and then she gonna get bored and tired of him. So that's where I feel about that.
All right. Appreciate it, Tracy. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Your thing's a bit choppy, like the audio and the Wi-Fi, so it's a bit behind. But thank you for adding Tracy as well. I'm gonna put you in the background. All right, it's all right. Just because it's a bit choppy, it's a bit hard to hear from you. But thank you for adding your perspective. I really appreciate it. All right. So we are talking about KG and Amber at the moment. Do you know what? The brothers really grow there. I guess obviously with KG and Amber, I mean, I guess the main conversation we are having is probably around the semen retention stuff as well, and whether these two are compatible. I mean, I do see some good energy between them two, right? I see two great energies. I'm just and I'm guessing obviously we just need to be. I guess we need a bit more information in terms of is this really Amber's true position? Does she really don't mind that he's, I guess, filling in the blanks? If she's really cool with that, if she likes it, I'ma love it, right? But I want to know if that's her true position. Just because, like I said, the way she's played the game on the show, she's had a few little words that she said that have not been absolutely true. The way that, she instigated the Joel situation, it was a little bit, I felt a little bit some type of way. I don't know if we're getting all the truthfulness from Amber and KG. But again, it may just be, humble beginnings. I don't know what's your thoughts. Shanice, talk to me, man. KG, Amber. I mean, are we looking too deep into it? Are they bad for each other? Can you see them working together? I mean, it's a bit of an age gap as well, by the way.
Yeah, I think the age gap is like the thing, right? It's interesting. I think in terms of the couples, like just looking at them, the couple at least that I think would just more naturally work, like just looking at them, is Joel and Venetia. The rest of them seem a bit kind of iffy. Amber and KG, they seem to be saying the right things, but I don't know if long term that they are what each other wants. I guess in terms of Amber, and like she's very career driven, and she is like this high power attorney. At this point, I think she's a DA or something like that. At this point in her, she's at a really high level in her career, and her career seems important to her and stuff like that. So maybe she needs someone that is in that supportive role, which KG seems to be playing. So he is a partner that will be there to be her cheerleader and kind of cheer her on. And he does his own thing. He has his radio career or whatever. So I don't know if that is what she's looking for, because that's at least what I see with them. So yeah, he seems to be in the supportive role, and I guess he has his own goals and aspirations, hence the semen retention. Like, he's saving his energy to do his mighty work. So I'm not sure what his real goals are or those things. But it's possible that it could work. I don't necessarily see any major red flags per se. I think the sex thing seems to be important to Amber, being able to have sex with him and, express herself in that way in her relationship. So that's the only thing I think that she has said that is important to her and seems to be a question. But other than that, maybe they can work, maybe not. Who knows?
Okay, I hear you. Erica, talk to me.
Yeah, I think that KG just really, really wants a relationship. And so he's willing to accept a lot. He's willing to accept less than he deserves, and as far as being treated with respect, because by her saying that, I'm going to get you to, stop being celibate and have sex with me, that's not respecting whatever he's trying to do in his life. And it was just really confusing how they had the conversation about kids and waiting to have sex until they're married. But then KG said he doesn't believe in marriage. So if you're not having sex, then when are you going to have sex? Because if you don't believe in getting married, then when will you break the celibacy to have sex? And they were just all over the place. Their relationship just does not seem genuine. Amber does not seem like a genuine person. And like y'all mentioned before, she caused a lot of drama on the show with Joelle and Vernisha, and then with the thing with her and Ron. And then I seen a preview of the reunion where Ron said we went on several dates. So they were going back and forth about the number of dates that they went on. So I don't think she's been honest at all. I think she's messy, and I don't think she's right for KG.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Mel, welcome to the conversation. I'll come to you in a second, Wendy. Mel, welcome to the conversation. I know you wanted to have your say. Talk to me. What's going on? What's going on? Talk to me. Mel, you there?
Sorry, I was on
That's
mute.
right. That's all right. That's right.
So I just wanted to chime in on the Jason and Liz topic. I know you guys discussed it a while ago, but as someone who is dating multiple people, and like I can relate to Liz, like I'm also waiting until marriage. I don't think it's so strange. Like I think if a person is interested in you, they will wait with you. You know, she's not waiting for forever. She did say she's going to wait until she's, I think someone said committed, which is not unreasonable at all. And as far as the whole, you know, Jason switching it up depending on who he's with, I think that's another normal part of dating as well. You know, like if you're talking to someone who is more spiritual, that side will come out of you. If, you know, the banter is good and it's really, really funny, like that part of you will come out. You know, I don't think it's him being fake or, you know, all the other stuff that was said. Like, I think Jason is kind of getting a bad rep. Yeah, I genuinely don't understand it. He seems like a genuine guy. So does Liz. They got together. I don't understand. I don't know.
Okay. Can I ask you a few questions?
Sure.
Are you a Christian?
No, I am Muslim.
Muslim. Respect for that. Are you a practicing Muslim?
I am.
Fantastic. So your views are you're not trying to have sex before marriage, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So are you willing to date somebody who today they weren't really practicing celibacy, and they meet you and say, do you know what? I'm willing to, you know, try this celibacy thing. Is that something that you would be
down
to try?
I have. I've dated people where, you know, having sex before marriage wasn't their line. You know, they were Muslim as well. It just wasn't a big deal for them. And with me, that's just what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to wait, you know? So either you're with it or you're not. And if you're not, then you move on. And if you are, then, you know, we continue getting to know each other. And they'll just wait until, you know.
Okay. Can I ask, did any of them have a problem in the end?
We didn't work out for other reasons, but, you know, as we were dating, I didn't feel pressure from them. As far as I knew, they were, you know, not cheating or anything. So, yeah, I think it happens. I don't think it's so uncommon.
Yeah, fair enough. Appreciate the perspective, Mel. Thank you.
For sure. And as far as, as far
go for it.
Amber and KG, I think they're fake. Sorry. I think they're both in it just for the TV time, and KJ or whatever his name is, he wants the redemption, and Amber's willing to go along with it. And that's their story. So, yeah, they got a very good edit. That's what it seems like.
Fair enough. Appreciate it, Mel. Thank you so much for that. Wendy, talk to us. What's your thoughts? Sorry, I've muted you again, Wendy. Sorry about that. Go for it.
I was sitting here and I was thinking about what Mel said, and you're absolutely right, Mel. Certain people can bring out certain aspects of your personality. However, and I don't say but, however, the things that are the basics of what make you up as a person, that's going to come out, and that's just going to shine through. If he was so interested in her Christianity, not just her Christianity, her faith, his beliefs, I'm not saying that he's a bad person. I'm like with you, Kojo. I think that Jason is a really good guy, but I also think that he's also a victim of his being a good guy. And I think that a lot of that, to me, it's a lot of show. It was a lot of show to put himself on the level of where Liz was. Because let's face it, Liz is really strong and she's really adamant in how she feels. And it is easy. And we know if you've ever been in several relationships before, it is easy for people to shape shift and be whatever you want them to be so they can get in close to you. He knows that her faith is something that she leads with. So if you're going to shift shape, what better way to shift yourself? There's no other way that he could come at her. But he wasn't like that in the beginning. Liz was always there, but when he figured that he had a chance and when he saw how good she looked, then all of a sudden it kind of changed. When he realized that he wasn't going to get with Kyra, all of a sudden all of that changed. Now, it's either that's the way that he is or that's some heck of a editing.
Mel, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, for sure. Because I actually really do like them as a couple. So I have listened to a live that Jason did, and he was interested from Liz from day one. He just didn't get the chance. He said at the mixer, he like had his eye on her, and he really did attempt to like connect with her, and it just didn't work out that way. So just because most of the journey was with Kyra doesn't make Liz his second choice. It just meant, he had, the intention to go through with Kyra, and it just didn't work out. And Liz happened to be, someone else he connected with and ended up making it to the end with. So.
Okay, fair perspective. I'm with it. I'm here to listen to it. Fair perspective. Let me get. I'm gonna kill someone's name right now. You understand? I'm gonna kill someone's name. Melissa.
Yes, correct.
Which one's correct? Which one's correct?
Melissa.
Melissa. Oh, Jesus. Yes, I got it right.
Melissa.
I was scared to say it. Okay, Melissa. Is that correct? Melissa?
Yes.
Fantastic. I'm going to try and remember it. If I get it wrong, correct me. Yes. Add to this conversation, sis. We're talking about KG and Amber. We did talk a little bit about Liz and Jason as well. But yeah, you wanted to add to the conversation?
So as far as KG and Amber are concerned, I believe that Amber does the same thing that Jason does, which is make herself very malleable to the person that she's with. So that is why I feel like we, as the audience, view Amber as being so disingenuous, because we feel as if what she's doing is not true to herself. What she's essentially trying to do is to please KG in certain regards, and so we don't get a lot of what she really thinks and feels. We get a lot of what she thinks he wants her to think and feel. So that's my perspective on Amber. I do not buy their relationship at all. I think it's fake. I just cannot. It's very hard as a viewer to believe their relationship, considering, especially during I believe it was episode 10 or 11, where we saw a lot of things that didn't line up with the both of them. Like, for example, one minute you rather be a mother than to be married. The other minute you want to be married first before you have a child, and you didn't know about his celibacy journey, and then now you want to take away his celibacy. I don't know. It just seemed like a lot of core things they did not speak about. And for that alone, I just don't find their relationship very genuine. Now, as far as Jason is concerned, it really took me off guard when his mother asked Liz about the leading him kind of subtly. I found that to be very strange, because if we go back to the date where Jason speaks with, where Kyra and Liz speak to Jason's friends, Liz said that she wanted a spiritual leader, and Kyra said that she wanted a leader, like the basic sense of the word leader. And Jason is just simply not that. Not that it's a bad thing, but he's not what Liz wants. And I don't believe that she's okay with it, because if you see her reaction when the mom says, "Can you lead Jason subtly, she hesitates. She had to really think about it, because I feel as if that's not where her trajectory was going. That's never where her end goal was. And I feel like she at that moment decided to settle in regards to the standards that she wanted initially, just for the sake of, I suppose, securing a man. And I don't feel like that is going to play positively for her. I just do not see Jason as a very genuine individual. I feel like anybody that is able to just mold themselves to what their partner wants or likes is just not a genuine person, because they're not being true to themselves. And I feel like Kojo, you shouldn't really apologize for having the perspective or being skeptical of Jason and his motives, because it's very, very fair. It's a very fair perspective to have. I mean, just based on what we've seen, his ability to just switch, it's just it's very scary, because somebody that could just do that is incredibly, I would even call him a little bit manipulative. And I feel as if Liz doesn't want to lead any man. And I feel like the reason why Jason is not this masculine leader, this alpha man, is because his mother was probably the one who raised him. I don't think that he was raised by a man. I think she raised him to be what she thinks a man is supposed to be. But that is essentially not what, like, for example, if he was raised by a father, the father would not raise him the same way that the mother raised him to be. And for you as a mom to want the potential mate to essentially lead your son, it shows that you know that your son is not, I suppose, the typical masculine male that all men are supposed to be socially. And so, yeah, that's my view of them. Is it possible to speak on Venetia and not Venetia, Kyra and AJ situation?
Go for it.
So for me, I feel like a lot of people give Kyra a lot of hate. And for me, I just feel like it's unnecessary. Mostly because I understand or understood her indecisiveness. Mostly because her options on the show were quite limited. She had to deal with two guys that she found redeemable qualities in. She saw certain things in Jason that she did not see in AJ, and the reciprocal is also true. And it was very difficult to make her choice. So I don't blame her for not picking AJ, because essentially her picking AJ would be her conforming to the pressure of picking someone for a show. And I feel like she was even too serious when it came to her experience on the show, in thinking that she would gain clarity from like a couple weeks of filming and getting to know somebody. So I feel like I don't blame her. I wouldn't pick AJ anyways, because I feel like he doesn't know what he wants. I feel like a lot of people have said he looked at her as a project and wanted to conquer her. As the mother rightfully said, he likes to start things and not finish them. So that was a point of, clarity, I hope, for or I should say justification for Kyra to not choose her. And the fact that Kyra had to bring up the bad date that they had, I felt like she was just looking for some type of out, for herself, and confirmation from his mom, to say, is he really that good? Like, is he the one I should be really going with? Any type of out and confirmation. So that's my view on them. I hope I didn't speak too much.
No, you're good, sis.
Yeah.
You're good. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, sis. So you kind of took it to Kyra a little bit, and I think we'll come to it in a sec, because we're still talking about there was the last question we had to ask about the KG and Amber situation, which was the question around the challenging of why you kind of almost single at 31. What's the bad traits you kind of have? And I want to ask the panelists here at the moment whether is that a question that is that a fair question to ask someone? Like, is that a fair question to ask someone at this time? Wendy, you're shaking your head. Is that not a fair question to ask someone?
Single at 31.
I'm close behind. I don't know what.
Yeah, you don't anything. I'm not the right one to ask that question. I mean, I told my daughter, I said, listen, I'm not even looking at you to get married to around 29, 30-ish. And that's only because there's so many things that you're doing in your life. You're coming out, okay, in your teenage years, you're coming out of your parents' house. Then if you're lucky, you fortunate, you get your own space. Then you want to travel. Then you have to think about children. 31, that's a great age. I wish I would have waited until I was 31 to get married. As I mentioned before, I got married at 19. So if I could have waited to 31, that would have been fantastic. I'm 51 and I still think I'm still too young to get married again. Yeah, so no, I don't know why they asked that question. That was crazy. That's a good age. She's right. She's right on course.
Appreciate it, Wendy. Thank you very much for that. Apologies, I was on mute. Mel, what was your thoughts on KG and Amber? That question about the age situation, like saying obviously, almost asking her what's the bad trait she's got, the reason why she's single at 31.
Yeah, that was a lot. How old is KG when? I would have been offended if I was Amber, but she rolled with it and she actually answered him. But
she fired back.
Weird question, yeah, very weird.
Hear that, Mel. Erica, what was your thoughts on that question?
It was offensive and rude, and assumptive. Because just because someone is single doesn't mean nobody wants them. Mm-hmm. Why can't it be I choose to be single because I like being by myself, or I'm working on my life, or I'm getting myself together, I'm traveling the world, or maybe I'm just selfish. Maybe up until this point, I've just wanted to do things for myself. It's all a choice. It's very easy to get into a relationship. So for him to assume that something must be wrong with her because she's single at that age, that was rude.
I'm hearing that. Let me just quickly get Marla on the stage to get her viewpoints, and then we'll get the super panelists coming on to share their thoughts. Marla, welcome to the conversation. You wanted to share some thoughts.
Oh, hi, welcome. Thank you. Well, just on what you were speaking on, with someone asking, why are you single at 31? I mean, I've gotten that question before. It's definitely a rude question to ask, but it has a little bit of validity to me just because people kind of want to know, like, well, why are you single? I think those brothers could have posed that in a different way. Like, it's a more graceful way they could have asked that question, But yeah, it was kind of tasteless, but I'm not very surprised by it.
I'm hearing that. Thank you very much, Marla. Thank you very much. All right, let me get some people's last views before I get some panelists on, the show, and we'll talk some stuff today. Shanice, I want you to give me a quick final thoughts. Let me round up. Quick final thoughts. Give me a minute summary of what you thought of the episode.
The episode was okay. I think it was a bit dry at some points. But overall, I think I'm just excited in terms of the reunion. I think the reunion always brings the juice. So I'm excited to see that. I saw that there was like a confrontation almost with Kyra and Alexis. So I think her competitive side is coming out again. So I don't know what that is. We'll see how that plays out. But all in all, I think when it comes to KJ and Amber, I do think that I'm not sure in terms of how their relationship really plays out, but I do think that there seems to be some unasked questions, in terms of like what they really want and how do they see themselves, even if it's together, whatever, like how do they see themselves being in a relationship, and what do they really want out of a relationship? So I do think that there are some unanswered questions. The mere fact that this celibacy thing came out in like the last night and all those things, it just tells that, you know, there's some conversations that still needs to be had.
Cool. Appreciate it. Erica, give us your 1 minute summary of the show. Just a 1 minute summary of your show.
Overall, I think that the only couple that's probably going to stay together long term, longer than maybe 6 months, would be Liz and Jason, and maybe Vernisha and Joel. I think I saw them on Instagram. They've been taking photos outside of the show together already, so they're kind of looking like a couple already. But I'm just interested to see the reunion and all of the garbage and the trash that's going to come out that we didn't get to see. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Hearing that, Erica. Thank you. Wendy Williams, give me a 1 minute summary of the show.
Agreed. The ending was a little dry, but I really think that Liz and Jason are going to be together for a minute. I just think if and when it hits, it's going to hit hard. At the reunion, I can't wait to see Alexis, because I think that this is going to be sheer entertainment.
Hearing you. Thank you very much, Wendy. Mel, what was your thoughts? 1 minute summary.
So it was a good season, I think. Really picked up towards the, middle. Whenever David went crazy, I forget when that was. But yeah, I liked it. The right couple made it to the end. I wish Kyra had self-eliminated when AJ asked her if she wanted to do this with him. I think that was probably the only thing I really didn't understand, just to like wait one more episode only to say, I don't want to commit. That was weird. But other than that, it's a good season. I liked it.
Appreciate it, Mel. Thank you very much. Malaysia. Oh, I'm sure I'm killing someone's name. Melissa. You'd be surprised. My brain, bruv. Melissa. Sorry, Melissa. Please give us a 1 minute summary. Apologies. Thank you again.
Okay, I feel like there was, as people said before, there was nothing new there, nothing really surprising, nothing really shocking. It was more so just a reiteration of what we've been seeing from the past couple of episodes. I do see certain clips. I did see certain clips for the reunion, and I believe that what really annoyed me was when I saw Uncle Tommy asking AJ to choose between Alexis and Kyra. I thought that was highly unnecessary, and I feel like, why does it need to be done again? Like, he already made his choice. He said Kyra. It wasn't reciprocated. I mean, why go back? Why revert? I thought that was strange. I feel like the debacle that Kyra had with Alexis and Vernisha and Amber backstage, I think it has to do a lot with Jason and her frustrations with, I suppose, not being played and being lied to, and perhaps Jason is not owning up to it. I'm just, sharing my own assumptions. But either way, I thought it was an okay season thus far. I don't think any of the couples will last long term. Absolutely not. But we shall see during the reunion what happens. So that's my part.
Thank you very much. Marla, give us your 1 minute summary.
Yeah, so just the season altogether was better than last season to me, but it was still kind of blah. But I do hope for at least Vernisha and KG's sake that they have really found love. I think that both of them are so pure and open and ready for love. So I hope that those relationships work out. With I think it's Liz and Jason. I'm not sure that they're the best match for each other, but I'm hoping for the best for all of them. I wasn't really shocked by last night's episode with Kyra. I think we kind of all saw that one coming, with her not wanting to really commit to AJ. So I don't know, overall it gave me good content in terms of like characters on the show, but it was a little lackluster.
I hear you on that. Totally hear you on that. All right, Marla, thank you very much. Marla, Erica, Mel, thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to remove you from the stage because I'm going to bring some other people onto the stage, and we're going to have a little bit more of a conversation around the show. But I want to really thank you guys for contributing some really sound thoughts and a different perspective. Appreciate you so much for that as well. So thank you very much. All right, let me move these people here. Yes, okay, great. Let me bring on some other people. We'll get some conversation going. Let's go a bit deeper tonight, right? Let's have a real conversation tonight, yeah? Because I know some people here that want to defend some people here, and some people probably don't want to defend some people here. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, I know Onu is going to murk me on the Jason stuff. But that's good. We like that. You know, we want to keep it real tonight. Okay. All right. Cool. So, guys, thank you so much for joining us tonight. All right, guys. Let me just a quick reset. Jasmine, thank you so much for the money that you just sent in as well. We really appreciate that as well. I would read that comment. Her comment says, "Men are different in every relationship. Just because they're one way with one person doesn't mean they will be like that with the next. They're willing. They put it." Whoa. Just because they're one way with one person doesn't mean they will be like that with the next. They're willing to change for the one they want. So appreciate that, Jasmine, and Felicia as well. Appreciate for the super sticker as well. Appreciate you guys. All right, cool. Listen, audience, do me a favor, like this live, okay? Because there's so many reviews. 1,002 of you guys in here. Like the live, okay? Y'all love what we're doing. Like the live. Okay, now we're gonna have a real conversation. I've got you guys on here, okay? We're gonna have a real conversation about some real questions. Okay, now we want to deal with the behavior, okay, not how we feel about them. Okay, the behavior, not how we feel about them. All right, cool. So we're gonna deal first with Kyra and AJ. Okay, we're gonna deal with Kyra and AJ. Okay, so Kyra decided to not choose AJ. I don't think that's much of a surprise per se, but I want to know your thoughts behind her, not choosing AJ, even though Jason was out of the picture. What was the point of her then having a go at Jason, being saved by AJ, and then choosing not to go with AJ? Why does someone choose not then to choose AJ once she's been saved by them? Why didn't she just say, hey, do you know what? I don't want to be here. Like, what was your kind of thoughts? I know they can't self-eliminate, by the way, guys. People are always asking why they don't self-eliminate. They can't. They're not allowed to, per se, unless they do a night. So, Onu, I'm going to let you go first, because Onu's looking at me like he's stressed. Onu, I'm going to get you first. Why do you think Kyra decided not to choose AJ? What was the contributing factors, do you think, that made her not choose AJ?
She's still jealous that Jason didn't chase her.
Yay. Go on.
Nothing else for me to say. I mean, her heart is still fixated on that. If you go back 2 episodes, she's like, she can't believe that Liz got chosen over her. This goes back to maybe she feels like her accomplishments, her status in life, that she can't get someone like Jason's caliber. But when you go look at her personality, what is there to love about Kyra, or what makes Kyra an approachable mate? And like, you can see the patterns, you can see the patterns, or you can see the conflict of interest that happen. And when you compare Jason's experiences with Kyra and AJ's experience with Kyra, it's pretty much the same. I mean, I don't see how she approached these two gentlemen differently. So, I mean, we know she was jealous, and she's been jealous for the last 2 weeks. So I'm pretty sure jealousy stays in us for longer than 2 weeks. Maybe hasn't prayed about it, given up to the Lord. So again, like, I don't have anything else to say. She's not in a position to love anybody else when her heart was fixated on a man that wasn't available to her.
How do you mean by that? Go a little bit deeper into that for me. What do you mean her heart was fixated on the man? What do you mean by
I'm
that?
going back to basically my observations. Is like, she wanted Jason. Jason was her number one. That's the person she was most interested in. She didn't show to me. I didn't see it. I didn't show it. So again, there's a lot of things that we probably didn't see on camera, but based on my observations of Jason with Liz versus Jason, let's say AJ and Liz, and even Jason. Jason and Liz and AJ and Kyra and even Jason and Kyra, like what is the characteristic? What's the thing that's going to force Jason to say, hey, you know what? I want to be with Kyra, or this is a person I can see build myself future with. Like I never got that, and like I was off that ship a long time ago.
Okay, fair point. I'm hearing you. Oni. I'm hearing you. I know we'll get round to Jason for you. Don't worry, so you can defend your soldier. I hear you. Seaway, I love you. You put your name Seaway. Obviously, I know you had some thoughts around Jay last week, but we're talking about Kyra at the moment. Kyra didn't choose AJ. She decided that she felt like they almost like they can have more time in the future to kind of get to know each other. Do you think that was more of a cop out, a bit more of a soft landing in the sense of like, you know, like when you're trying to be nice that you're not trying to go there? Like what was your kind of viewpoint in terms of her behavior towards AJ in those kind of moments? I mean, my man was playing piano, you know what I'm saying, making a song called I Choose You. If you don't know, you know what I'm saying, like what was your thoughts?
My thoughts are kind of twofold.
Okay.
Here's my thing. I wonder, and I haven't heard anyone mention this thus far, do we not have an understanding of the show or what they were supposed to do at the ending, or did Kyra not understand? Because all the other couples outside of Liz and Jason said, I commit to see how this goes. I don't know if y'all like dig deep into the words, but no one really committed to being like boyfriend and girlfriend outside of Liz and Jason. So I just didn't understand why Kyra, unless she just really doesn't want to F with AJ at all, couldn't have committed to seeing where things go. Because that's really no commitment at all. It's seeing where things are going. I don't know why she didn't feel comfortable doing that, because that's kind of what she ended up saying to begin with. But I do agree with Ona that I think she was hurt. She was upset. She was mad. The pride did get to her. I've been a Kyra fan up until Friday's episode, and I've been kind of struggling. I struggled with that episode because I felt like AJ gave everything that he had. Now, that may not be much to a lot of us. That may not be much. I'm not saying that would be enough for me, but I just feel like AJ with that piano in his song, that he gave as much as he could. That is what that man has. Like, that is the best that man is going to do. And she kind of looked at him and was just kind of like, I see your best, but that's not good enough for me. And that kind of made me sad for AJ. I'm not gonna lie. I felt kind of bad for my mans. I really did. And I do think if she kind of knew that she wasn't effing with AJ from the beginning, she could have self-eliminated herself when she had a chance. And no, I don't think AJ's mama saying that he don't commit to nothing really swayed her. I don't believe that. I just really don't. She already wasn't feeling him, and AJ's mama just kind of went along with what she was already thinking. So, I mean, been a Kyra fan, really liked her, been defending her thus far. I really wasn't effing with the way things were handled. She could have handled Jason. She could have handled AJ differently. I don't like the way she handled him. She could have let him down differently by eliminating herself when she had a chance. That's how I feel. I didn't like it. I really didn't.
I'm hearing you on that. Good point, and that's a true point. I'm not gonna lie to you on that part. I'm not gonna lie to you. Wendy, what was your thoughts to Kyra not choosing, not choosing AJ? I know it's her prerogative, but old girl was here to stay because my guy chose her to stay. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Talk to us, Wendy.
I think, of course, she was, upset with Jason. But what I personally think her thing was, AJ was, I think he checked off all the boxes. He was attractive. He did all the things that Seaway just described as far as him doing the best that he could. But I think she still felt some kind of way about how he treated her on their first date. Because you notice that kept coming up with her. It wasn't like something that, okay, it happened. We're going to discuss it on the first episode and we're going to keep it moving. I think for her, in a kind of subtle way, I think this was a wee bit of a revenge towards him. And women are capable of it. We're capable of it.
Good point.
I think that she liked him and he was attractive and he checked off all the boxes. But when he dissed her the first time, when she got back with him, he was still attractive and whatever. He had interest in her. So, I mean, this is part of the show. So you gotta get in where you fit in. But I think as time went on and she thought about it, and the more that he started to want her, she was like, nah, I'm over it. You know what you did to me? Okay, I got you. And I think that that's part of what it was.
That's a good point there. Onu, you said you want to chime back in again quickly. Go for it. Oh, sorry. You're mute. Sorry. Bro, go for it. Sorry, apologies. Go for it.
Yeah, the theme of this season between AJ and Kyra has been this date that Kyra had to pay. And to me, it's like, if this guy couldn't afford your time or space 3 years ago and you're still bringing it up now, what makes you think they're going to want to pursue a relationship with this person? Because whatever the answer was 3 years ago is still the answer today. Like, I don't know why it took this long to figure this out. And if discernment is the issue I have with Kyra, it shouldn't take 3 years to figure this out. If he wasn't good enough back then 3 years ago, why is he good enough now? I haven't seen any changes in AJ until the last episode, until he's like trying to romance her, trying to put an effort. That apparently wasn't back there 3 years ago because he's calling him El Chico around town. So what's the issue there?
Who knew? Thank you very much, Onu. Sean, talk to us, man.
Sure. So listen, I got notes tonight. So
Lord.
I don't know where to begin. So first, can we go back to the friend, the sister friend, right? So when they were sitting at that at the counter, I don't know if they were at Kyra's house, but just her whole attitude, right? You could just tell the energy was off. And for me, a woman's friends are important. That's one thing that I learned. That attitude is it birds of a feather flock together. You know what I'm saying? And her energy from the beginning was off. And, you know, I know we were going in the comments earlier, and I think that unfortunately women have to be careful because your friends will keep you single. You know, you have women around you like that, their energy is off, they will keep you single. So ladies, be careful about the women that you allow into your relationships because it can be dangerous. So I think, because I know women, you know, when there's somebody of interest, they all get around and talk. You know, what do you think? What do you thought? How did that go? Right? And she was not feeling him. You know, and again, I'm not saying AJ was the prize, he was stepping up to the plate or anything like that. You know, I had jokes, you know, in the comments about how lengthy and how he rambled on. And that was indicative of how, you know, he communicates. And you got to get to the point. You know what I mean? So, and it showed up in this relationship because he never got to the point with Kyra. He was never definitive with Kyra, right? You know, and as much as the aesthetics for her might have been there, the substance wasn't there. And she saw that. I think Kyra stayed on as a power play, right? You know, when you think about how somebody moves, you know, in this type of whatever game, if you want to call it that, she played the atypical power play. She said it that she knew when she was sitting down for dinner with AJ that she was going to get eliminated. She had texted, I think, Vernisha or somebody else. And she said, I knew I was going to get eliminated that night. And she would not make a decision. But somehow, and this is where I talk about the power play, somehow she changed AJ's mind. We could see his wheels turning in that interaction with her. And then all of a sudden, he went from thinking he was going to go with Alexis and choosing Kyra. So she is a master manipulator. Then let's go to the date when he's standing at the piano playing John Legend, crooning for her, right? She shows up in a stunning red dress, looking great, right? Red, Kojo, I took from you the colors, right? That means love, sexuality, sensuality, right? We all thinking, we're all watching like, oh, she's about to choose him. They're about to go right off into the sunset. No, she nipped him. She teased him. She tempted him with that red dress. He wrote that beautiful song for her. I choose you. She says, no, I don't choose you. I choose me. She didn't even just say, I think we should be friends. Let's look into this. He even was trying to soften it by saying, you know, let's see if we can still try to see where this journey ends. She says, no, I choose me. Because it's always all about Kyra, right? You know, and again, doesn't make her a bad person, but it makes her not ready to love. And I just doubt the motives of why she came on the show, because she was never really committed to anybody. She was on the fence. You know, yes, she liked Jason, but she still was weighing options with other people. So those are my thoughts on Kyra.
Appreciate it, Sean. You came with the guns. I appreciate you. I hear that. Wendy, what's your thoughts, man? What was your thoughts there?
No, I'm just taking in everything Sean said. Whoa. That was deep. But you know what, Sean? This is what I was thinking. When men leave their options out there, and I guess we're going to kind of like rear off on this one. When men leave their options up there, for women, it's to be expected that, you know, he has to make up his mind and see what fits his life. And we're used to being put in that position. This is one of the first times that I've seen on TV where all the way to the very end that I've seen a woman put the men out there and say, you're okay, but neither one of you are all that just yet. And the whole time she kept saying, I may get there, but not just yet. And at the end, because these are a short amount of time, this is not a long time that they're doing this show. It's hard for you to figure out if somebody is for you in that short period of time. People who do, kudos. But for a lot of people, that wouldn't be the case. So I, in my own way, I don't kind of blame her for not wanting to choose anybody just yet. But she did that to AJ on purpose. I'm telling you, that was revenge. That was get back right there. She knew with that dress and how she came in there and how she showed out with how she looked. She knew what she was doing. That was the get back.
I'm hearing that. Anu, you said you disagreed. Why did you disagree? Go for it. Oh, sorry, you're mute. My bad. Go for it.
I mean, Kyra was there. I mean, Kyra was there to actually get a boyfriend. Like, let's be honest. The issue with Kyra is she put two guys against each other, and they seem more amicable, friendly versus competing against her. If Jason and AJ were fighting for her attention, that would be a whole different story. That's not what happened. They were Jason was pretty much, hey, AJ, I had my fun, I had my dance. Hey, you explore your options. I'm good over here. AJ is tiptoeing. Do I want to talk to Kyra? Do I want to talk to Alexis? So again, Kyra was never in a good space between these two guys. That's the main issue. She made herself available to two men who weren't interested in her. And how long should she play that hand? Because that was a losing hand. If the reverse happened where Jason and AJ wanted Kyra's attention, they were fighting for her attention. Okay, different story, different end game. But that's not what happened here. So again, we're congratulating the player for being down 25 points. To me, it doesn't make any sense. Make it make sense.
Fair point. Mm-hmm. Do you know what? So I can see more than one perspective here, right? Because I see the one perspective I see is that I've been saying it from the very beginning. None of these men were quality for her. That's whether she's quality for them or they're not quality for her. Either way, it was never gonna work, right? Because when she first of all, she already had an idea about AJ in her mind, and AJ didn't do enough to change that mindset, right? Like the same way I'm talking about Jason not being necessarily assertive. AJ also wasn't bullish. AJ's got some assertiveness in him, but he's not bullish. He didn't also change the narrative, which is that if you want Kyra, go and get her. AJ was like, I can just chill here. Yeah, I'll chill here, and if the ting comes, the ting comes, right? And so this is why I was cussing the boys. I was like, see, I was cussing because it's like, you can't expect someone to make a decision and you yourself haven't made one yourself. And so when I was defending Kyra, that was the only reason why I was defending that. It's like we were doing double standards and people didn't even realize they were doing it. You want the woman to make a choice. When we're talking about, first of all, men should lead. We're talking about men should be more assertive. They should make up their mind in what they want. And then we put Kyra in a position and said, well, Kyra didn't say she wanted Jason. Why? What? Did anybody hear Jason say that he wanted Kyra? Did anybody hear him say to Kyra directly he wanted Kyra? Oh, did you hear him say that? You didn't hear him say that. No, he didn't say that. Why? Because none of these guys wanted her the same way. Look, if we're saying men know what they want, did any of these guys show they wanted her? None. So there's no beef. That's what I'm trying to say, that there was that double standard. But here's my other thing. Love Kyra, right? But the emotional guard is up. Okay, the walls are up. They are higher than I can't think of any walls that are high. What's it? Hadrian's Wall, China Wall, whatever wall we can think of. It's higher than those walls, right? The walls are up. All right, and that's the only way she can actually play this game successfully. Because if you're open, you can get ruined. If you play yourself open and play the game that she played, you're gonna get yourself hurt, right? Because you're gonna get caught at one point by someone, right? And so that's why I agree with what Wendy said, which is that maybe it wasn't in her initial thought process at the beginning to nail AJ, but when it got to the end and he saved her, right? And then she's at the very end and she had the opportunity, because all she had to do, right? Let's be honest, right? Kyra, you stayed in the show, first of all, because you know you couldn't self-eliminate, but you stayed on the show so you know the game. Go to the end, right? Go to the end and just say yes, and you quit after. You know the game. You know the game. You could have done that, right? You didn't want to spare him no embarrassment. You wanted to get him and nail him. And listen, as much as I appreciate, I get it. You didn't want to choose nobody. But the problem here is you knew the game. When you got saved, you knew that was the game. That had nothing to do with the show. That's everything to do with the show and everything to do with the game. It's got nothing to do with quality decision, because at that point, you already knew you weren't going to choose AJ. You already knew. Right? At that point, you already knew you weren't going to choose him. So why drag it to get to the point and then have to make that choice? And that's why I said about her power dynamic, where she wants to make that choice. She wants to be able to be in that position to say no. Right? And that is part of what the ex was saying about not being able to let go. Right? Because that was embarrassment. That dinner thing, that lunch dinner thing was embarrassment. You came back, $22 weren't paid for. It was on tab that was on your card, and you were feeling embarrassed. Okay, right? Not only that, he was late, and then he turned up in clothes that weren't appropriate for the place that you thought you were going to. You are embarrassed and annoyed. And now 3 or 4 years later, the change, and do you know what? We saw this kind of frustration with Kyra, because that whole conversation, when they brought it up, you could still see, even the first time they discussed it when on the show, there was still some tinges of annoyance in there, just a little bit, right? And so yes, at the very end, she didn't have to say no. She could have just said yes, end the show, then by reunion time just say it didn't work out, right? Because she knew the game, because she got saved because of the game, but she didn't want to do that. So that's the smoke I have for her, because that is the power move, and that is speaking about, that's an emotional wound right there, because you didn't want to forgive him and move on. And that's where we have to nail her for that. That she needs to go and heal from, because that will repeat itself again. If she sees Jason in 2 years' time, she gonna make him pay. She gonna make him pay. She gonna tell all the lies that he told her to Liz. So yeah, it was a bit much. Oh, I've forgotten her name. Melissa. Oh, Malaysia. Oh my God, me and names. Jesus. If I have to get paid one day, I'm gonna definitely get more money. Melissa. Is it Melissa? Oh, Malaysia. I'm so bad at names. Are you there, girl? Are you there? I'm so bad. I'm so sorry, guys. Oh, she's not there. Thank God. Yeah, because I couldn't get the name right. See what you want to add. Go for it.
I get that it's a show, right? But I just really struggle with everything that you just said. And I'm not saying you're wrong.
Flow.
I'm not saying you're wrong. But I just struggle with people that play games, and especially when us women play games, we always lose, and that's not fair. That's not fair, but we lose. So this idea of Kyra playing this like game all to nail AJ in the end, am I wrong for wanting to give her more credit than that? And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this was all like some big get back plan, but
not the whole thing. Just the end. I'm talking about the end part.
The end part. Because like I said before, everyone else, out of just sheer politeness, said at the end, "Hey, I'm going to commit to seeing how things go." Right? Which literally means nothing. It just means like you give it your best shot, or give it a shot, really, and then if it f's up in the end, or if it falls apart before the reunion, big effing deal. That's like every other couple on the last seasons of this show. Like everyone's falling apart before the reunion, so who cares? So I do think that she was either so selfish or self-centered would be the word. That it was more about her, I guess, picking herself, and she couldn't see AJ's feelings, or it was all a game. I just feel like Kyra appears to be very self-focused. And that's not bad. I mean, women should choose what they want to do. They should not pick a man if they don't like either man. But I feel like she's very focused on herself. And maybe that drove her decision more so than playing some get back game from what AJ did 3 years ago. That just seems kind of sick to me. I don't get why someone's holding on to some grudge about who didn't pay for what from 3 years ago.
Girl, Wendy, talk to her about
Maybe
grudges.
I don't think like that.
No, I'm saying that's what I'm saying. No, we get it. Yeah. I get that you don't say that. So
I just can't understand that.
Wendy and Sean probably could add to it, and Wendy, go for it first.
Yeah, let me
explain that mindset.
Let me please. See, where you and I may not think like that, but you have to admit, women and men, but women who are like that. You may not want to. You would think, okay, it happened, get over it, da 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 da. But see, there was a whole lot of dynamics that I've heard even on other channels about her now, right? So currently, she's living with an ex-castmate of Ready to Love, and the person that she's living with, that thought process is almost the same. So it doesn't surprise me. You know exactly what I'm talking about. It don't surprise me that is the way that this girl this woman thinks. And not only that, in the beginning, in the first episode, when she mentioned him, she said something to the effect, if I'm not mistaken, something to the effect that he never gave her a chance to address it. Like it happened, and he shot off and did whatever he did. To Kojo's point, if somebody does all of that humiliation to you and you don't have a chance to address it, and you act like it never happened, and you made me pay for a date, and the more you think about it, and if you're that type of person, you built that situation up in your head to the point that when I see you again, bro, you're going to pay for that. It may not be how you and I think, but you have people who will hold on to a grudge that long, and when they finally get the opportunity to get at you, I think that is definitely a part of it. I definitely think that's a part of it.
Well, then she's definitely not ready for love if she's doing that. I agree. It happens, but if that's the way she came into the show, then
I do love the other castmate that she with. But when I heard that other castmate talking, and she was talking about that situation with Kyra and them, I can believe it. I can believe that has something to do with it.
Sean, do you want to add?
Sure. So, what's that scripture or adage? A tree is known by the fruit it bears, right? So, if we look at her actions, if we look at her behaviors, what do we see? What fruit is Kyra bearing? Is it a sweet fruit or is it a bitter fruit? Like she was so comfortable saying, "I choose me," when she was sitting at that table, about to be eliminated, thinking she was eliminated. She knew she didn't want AJ. And she knew she had no option with Jason anymore, right? So why didn't she tell him then? Why didn't she tell him then? If you feel like you're going to be eliminated, you really don't want love with him. You're very uncertain. She's been saying that all along, right? She even kind of alluded that to him. Why not just say, you know what? I don't think I'm ready. And then let him choose. Maybe he would have then been able to say, you know what? I agree. You're not ready to love. Or if he chose to still say, let's move forward, then that's on him. But I think it might not be this whole Machiavellian plan to, make AJ look bad. But what were her intentions? She's a highly intelligent woman. You know what I mean? When you get to that last scene too, when they're at the piano, and she knows what she's about to do and tell him that she's not ready to move forward. And then she's just going to ask him, what was the song about? What? Don't ask about the song. You don't care. It doesn't matter. And then he was vulnerable enough to say, I choose you, putting him out further. Like, that's the part I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what her intentions were. I don't know if it was to jab him or if, like Seaway said, maybe she's just highly selfish, insensitive, whatever it is. Something's off there, and she is playing a game. You can see the power moves. I don't want to, shine light on a career, but attorneys are very good with their words. They're very strategic. They know what's about to happen next. That's their whole job, is to look and predict what's going to happen next in situations and be one step ahead of the game. So for her to execute this like that, and for it to just be like, oh, okay, it just kind of rolled out. No, she knew what she was doing, and she went in with bad intentions. Those are my thoughts.
So I think with Kyra, so with and this is the issue of when you are emotionally guarded, because the lawyer aspect is actually only one aspect, because it needs to match up with the person's energy, right? And her energy, unfortunately, is guarded because of what she's experienced in the past. I remember when she came on the live, she talked about her father and talked about the upbringing, being made tough, etc., etc. And the kind of woman that she is, I said this about the kind of woman she is, a Gamma woman, right? It's a perfect blend and storm, right? Because we had a Gamma woman on the last season, it was Winter. But we saw when you have your boundaries and they're not very strong, what happens? You end up doing what Winter does, right? And this season, we've got somebody whose boundaries are very, very strong, but it means no one can get in. It becomes the opposite end, which is you begin to control the play. You begin to be the maestro, right? And I'm not saying that she was even trying to necessarily control men in that sense. What I mean in the sense of her being so guarded, made sure that as she was talking about, I'm going to make my decision at the very, very end, she already knew she was going to make a decision, which was she wasn't going to choose them. You know what I mean? She was never going to choose them. And that is the honest truth. Like I said, if she wanted Jason, she could have had him a long time ago. Mm-hmm. She didn't have to wait to the end. She could have had Jason a long time ago. She knew where he was. Yeah, we all pick up on social cues. We all pick up on dating signals. She knew exactly where he was. If she wanted him, she could have had him. Liz coming into the fray made no difference, because at the end of the day, you knew Jason wanted you. Number one first, right? Even at the end, you were saying that Jason texted you saying do something. You knew he still wanted you. But you in this, and like I said, I don't think it was a massive Machiavelli plan, like you were saying, Sean, to come into the game and see him and then plan his death. Nah. This is opportunity. Okay, this opportunity, and this is when you're hurt and you don't deal with it. Because I know that they asked her the question about worst date or whatever, and they asked AJ the same thing, and then they didn't realize until they got into the show the same person. They were talking about the same people. But when obviously on the show, she then brought up the issue of obviously the El Cheapo thing, right? Now here would have been my thing. Once you said El Cheapo on national television, yo, you kind of done man a little bit dirty, cuz, you understand? I'm not saying that he was right for what he did, but I'm saying that you now nailed him to the cross. You've nailed him to the cross. You've got him. Yeah, you've got him. You've got him on national television. He's gonna look like a fool because you've now said he's El Cheapo. We're gonna see it. Okay, your friends think he's El Cheapo. All right, you done your thing. You've done, Kyra. You finished. You got him back. Okay, you've got him back. But that was more for the pain that she was feeling. At the very end, what I saw wasn't about pain. That was about me personally. I gotta show you one up. I gotta give you a little one up. Because you kind of did me a little dance, and I already sort of spoke about the issues last time, but this time I gotta give you a little bit of one up. I gotta show you a little. I gotta show you that, you know what, I am the Don, and I am the player here. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I'm not saying that she's a bad person. Again, this is similar to what we said about Jason. It's not the person's bad. It is what we're talking about, behaviors. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And yes, there is a dual aspect that she wanted to choose herself. We're not saying that isn't part of her thinking, right? It's not that it's not part of her thinking, but there's another aspect which I think comes into play, which is that gameplay, because it's all about protecting herself, right? And that is also part of the gameplay. It leads into control. Oh no, you want to say something? Go for it.
Can you marry yourself, Kojo?
Can you marry yourself? No, you can't marry yourself. Well, I mean, technically you can actually, but we don't marry ourselves.
All right, thank you. That's all.
Honey, what the boy? If you don't stop playing around, about, Sean, hit that up for me. He's moving mad.
I don't know where he I don't know where you're going with that one. So listen. Again, and I think, I just want to make it clear, right? The point is not to nail her or anyone to the cross.
Yeah.
But I think sometimes we just struggle with holding people accountable that we like, right? Or if we see something that we like, and this is just like a societal thing, right? Or if the person is packaged well, right? So she's pretty, that exterior is pretty, she's a smart woman, right? We want to be on her side. But when you see that character, when you see those flaws, you got to call them out, because that's what happens. People go unchecked. People go unchecked with these behaviors. Nobody calls them out for it, and they get away with it, and it just becomes a way of life, right? And so you move through life hurting people. So you have this trail of people that you're hurting, and then you don't know you're hurting them, but you're just doing it because nobody calls you out. So I think it's important that we just kind of take a step back, and we got to look at this behavior and say, hey, listen, this is wrong. If Kyra was a friend of mine, family member of mine, I'm calling her out. That's wrong. You don't move like that, right? You be upfront. Whatever your intentions are, wherever you are in the process, be upfront. Don't lead somebody on. Don't tempt them to get right to the point where you want to get them, and then you snipe them, right? Nobody likes the way that feels. So I think that's the stuff we kind of got to dig into that and say, hey, listen, do we know people in our lives that move like that? Am I moving like that a little bit? Could I make a better decision? Can I be clearer with my intentions? Because as we just look back and instance after instance, it's not just one thing. It's multiple things that we can just continue to call out. So those are my thoughts.
Love that. Let me ask a question. The opposite reverse is, did we think that AJ was ready to love, though? Did we think that AJ, I know he made a choice to choose her, but did we think AJ was ready to love in any capacity? Did we think he was ready to love? Only you want to say something? Go for it.
I mean, I'll smooth with AJ. Like, do I think he's ready to love? I think in a perfect world, I would say yes. In this environment, no. Like, he was reminded week in, week out about a girl that he wasn't attracted to, or something happened. And I understand him trying to redeem himself or trying to give himself a second chance. Mm-hmm. But the problem is, like, what's the point? Like, if it didn't work out, and you're telling yourself you've grown from the situation, why do you need to go back and revisit things? Especially if that person isn't willing to forgive and forget. Kyra was not willing to forgive and forget. She was still holding against him. Even in this past episode, the mom and Kyra chiming about the El Cheapo thing. Like, honestly, when is this gonna be over? Like, I just want to know how much they spent on this date and where they went to, because again, like, what I mean,
$22.
Huh?
Whoa. It was $22, and it was only drinks. Apparently, that's what AJ said. It was only $22, and it was drinks.
So you're telling me this is all over happy hour special at Clyde's in Houston? Oh Lord, this is ridiculous. I don't understand. I don't understand that. I mean, AJ was ready to love. He was not ready to love Kyra. He needs a new girl, new challenge. This situation didn't make him look. He didn't make him look good. Honestly, it didn't make him look good. Like, he was chivalrous. Yes, he showed Kyra a good time. But again, that girl's heart's ice cold. Like, what's the point? We didn't need 12 weeks to figure this out. Kyra could have shut him down at the first meet and greet, and we could have been moved on our way. But like, we're revisiting thing over and over again. It's giving me page 2.4 vibes. How many times? Like, because the fifth time, the sixth time, I'm getting hit every single week with this. Like, I need this to stop, and it's still not over. So when's it going to stop? Like, we at some point we're gonna have to call spade a spade. I think after 8 times, like, I gotta get out of here. Like, I can't have you going back to the burning building after 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th time, and you're saying I pick me. Like, no.
But that. Oh no.
No, go for it, Wendy. Yeah, I was gonna say you anyway. Go on.
But you know what? That's my point. Is it Onu? That's my point. Every episode, it's almost like she kept bringing it up. I mean, if she didn't bring it up, then the friends kind of bounced around it. The whole thought about him being cheap kept coming up. And that's the reason why I think in the final analysis, this was partly get back, because you don't keep bringing stuff like that up over and over. Like you said, $22 for the Friday special. I mean, that's a bit much. But when you think about it and just really be objective about it, if you were going to get somebody back, what better way? She got that right there. That was classic to get somebody back. She couldn't get him back by trying to do the same thing back to him, because he wouldn't afford her the opportunity. She got him back in public. Everybody knows about him being El Cheapo now. She got his feelings into it, even if his heart wasn't there, but she got his feelings into it. She got him drawn in the game, and she got him back. At the end of the day, she still got him back. In her mind.
I agree, but like, it wouldn't surprise me if AJ gets sympathy women or sympathy dates coming after this, and like that's what is set up. Like, you don't need to embarrass him over and over again. You can embarrass him once, you embarrass him twice. I don't need it every single week. It's while we're going back on the show, it's pretty much Jacob 2.4. Like, it's gonna make him an even better option, because hey, like, he's been treated so badly by this woman. Let me build him back up. Like, which I've been saying, like, look, he's Paul George for a reason. Like, he's not going to lead you to a championship. It's something bad is going to happen. He might look the build, he might look the part, but this isn't the guy that's going to, like, hey, he's going to make you drop down. You know what? I'm gonna follow him. I'm gonna follow this guy. I'm gonna stand behind this guy. I'm gonna support this guy. That's not him. Mm-hmm. And it's like somehow.
I'm sorry.
I don't.
That's part of the backlash in a way that C-Ray was talking about, whereas men can do certain things and get away with it and women can't. Because you're right. Now it's going to make him seem more appealing, and women are going to go, you know what? She didn't have to do him like that. If that whole scenario was flipped, it ain't going to attract men to a woman like that. You're not going to get that. As a woman, I'm not going to get that kind of attraction because, that happened with me and a guy. So we can't, as women, we can't play the same games that guys play and get the same results. That's just a fact of life. It's just not going to happen.
Well, absolutely. I mean, Kyra said from the jump up, like, she wanted to play the game. She wanted to see your options. Like, all right, that's fine. Play your options. But again, like, you're down 25 points. Like, what are you going to do? Like, I mean, you're catching an L. Like, you can take the L now. You can wait a couple of weeks. L's an L. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out. Again, make this make sense.
Okay. Sean, you want to get into the conversation? Then we'll get Seaway on. I'm going to go Sean first, and then I'll go to you, Seaway. Oh, Sean dipping off? Sean,
no, I'm good. My bad.
Okay, go for it.
So, listen. I think let's jump off this Kyra train, right? And we could get right onto the AJ train. Mm-hmm. So you did that interview with him.
Mm-hmm.
Kojo, much respect to you, bro. You got the patience of a saint. That brother was talking, and not saying nothing. You know what I mean? Like, that to me, again, it goes back to, I watch somebody's character. I watch how they communicate. If you can't answer a clear question, just basic, bro, somebody in the comments was like, you asked him about the cereal. You asked him, is it, your same question, right? Do you put the milk first or the cereal first? It's an easy question. Yes, I like the cereal first. The average person can answer. You got the ones on the other side who want to give you some back and forth, right? Oh, I like porridge. You know what porridge is. Bro, that's not the question. The question is cereal or milk. Same thing with David. Some random nonsense or whatever, AJ was saying about too much sugar. Just answer the question, bro. It's a simple question, right? To give you insight, but he's dodging it. And that is characteristic of how he moves through life. And I'll tell you, some of the mothers during this meet and greet, dropped gems. What did AJ's mother say about him? He likes to pick up projects here and there, put them down. He's not focused. A man needs focus. A man needs a plan, right? We can get on to, Jason's mother's feedback about him later. Onu, don't shoot me. But the mother said it. The mother knows her son. She said it, point blank, period. My son's all over the place, right? All over the place. He himself, when you even asked him about his career, he's all over the place. So yeah, he wasn't ready to love either. I'm not saying in talking about Kyra's behavior that AJ was some kind of prize, but he's a person, he's a human. And if you see it, and I know Kyra saw it, handle it accordingly. Let him go. Set him free to go talk in the wind, right? So he definitely was not ready for love or much of anything else but somebody to sit and listen to him talk for 5 hours. I'm done.
Appreciate it, Sean. Seaway, go for it.
Kojo, I know you disagree with me, but I think we're giving AJ too much credit for his ducking and dodging questions. I think he's no David. When David had the interview with Kojo, he was ducking and dodging, bobbing and weaving, and that was for a very intentional reason. I think AJ, I don't know how to say this. AJ just, he kind of answers the way he answers. I don't know if he thinks the way a lot of people would like him to think. I just think what I will say is, if you look at his mother, and I always look at a person's mother, his mother, because men tend to date or be attracted to people like their mother. His mother was very intelligent, very sharp.
Direct.
He was very direct. Yeah. She also seemed protective, but not in the protective way like my son can do no wrong. Like in the protective way, like, hey, I'm letting you know my son has some flaws. Here they are. So I can kind of help you with that, or so you can get lost if that's not something that you want to deal with. And I think he was very drawn to a person like Kyra for her intelligence, for her directness, not directness in her choices on the show, but in the way she speaks. And I think that's what he was drawn to. I think AJ, I guess to answer the question, is AJ ready to love? Not every man is going to be this leader that we're talking about. Not every man is going to be able to make these decisions. Not every man is going to be have the sharpest and most concise answers. I don't know if that means they're not ready to love. They just may not be everyone's ideal man. I do think that if AJ was able to find someone with Kyra's intelligence to guide him through kind of his decision making and his picking up and dropping down, but with a kinder, softer heart, I do think there's a possibility he could have been ready to love. I think he showed progression. I think in the beginning he was playing with Alexis Skyfly and kind of leading her on. And towards the end, he showed a lot of grace with the way he let her down. He showed progression in the way he tried to woo Kyra at the end. So I don't know. Just because a man isn't the ideal man for me, I don't want to say that he's not ready to love. I think certain men do better with different women. Like, I couldn't date Jason. He agitates the hell out of me. I find him to be flip-floppy. I think he's a little corny. But like, Liz loves all of that. So I can't say Jason's not ready to love because I don't like him. You know, I think AJ is ready to love for somebody. I just think that he's just not. He doesn't answer things in the most sharp, concise way that I think we would want him to. And I think some of us who think a certain way may try to put that on a person who may not even be thinking that way. Because I watched the interview with Kojo. I didn't find him to be ducking and dodging. I just found him to be answering questions a little kind of all over the place. It seems like his brain thinks in a scattered way. That's not how my brain thinks. I'm very direct, but
I'm with you on that. So I definitely think AJ is a very highly intelligent individual. The problem is, I think there's also trauma there, and that is contributing towards the influx of different thoughts that come into play. So he wasn't dodging my questions on purpose. He just didn't know how to. He doesn't know how to answer straight.
That's why,
because whatever's going on in his head, okay, is going two. He's not dodging my answers to try and deceive me. There was some parts where he was trying to dodge some questions. There was when it was to do with some of the cast members, right? And you can see that. But the majority of questions he's dodging, it's not because he's trying to dodge me. It's because there's so much going up in here. But this is what I'm trying to say. Are you asking for a woman to come and untangle all those wires? You're asking for a therapist. You're not asking for a woman, right? And that's what we're talking about. Because yes, there are people who are geniuses, who their mind works in different ways, right? And they have maybe not a linear way of thinking about things. But the way AJ talks, it's not about linear. The way AJ talks, he will literally, as Sean said, I asked him what cereal it was. Instead of talking about cereal, he went into porridge, and from porridge, he went somewhere else. Like, do you know what I'm saying? And it's not to say he's a bad person or anything. I really believe that's to do with the trauma that he's experienced from a young age. And so it's like when you're hearing all those different thoughts, right, it makes it difficult. So when you are meeting women, right, they're meeting, if we're talking about Kyra having a wall, bruv, if you're talking about Kyra having a wall, we might be able to understand Kyra's wall a bit more easily than AJ's. AJ's one, blood, there's vines, there's roses, blood is made of boulders, it's made of plastic. I don't know, blood. The whole thing is just mash, blood. Because there's just so many things going on in his mind. But the problem, like I keep saying, is if that happens, you're asking for a woman to come in. And I said this on a live stream. I said, bro, you're gonna need someone who's gonna come in, untangle all the wires, and put all the wires back in place. Now, what you're asking for is a very special, rare woman. But what that's gonna do is that woman's probably gonna entail pain before she gets to that point. And I'm not in the business of putting women into or asking women to be in places where they're going to be entailing pain and coming on a testimony in 10 years time on a church service saying I was patient with my man. No, I don't want to hear that. You know what I'm saying? Like he needs to get it together, but that's for a therapist. That's not a woman. This is what we've been talking about in the course of these shows, right? These shows show us people sometimes on a different level where sometimes the way they're thinking, okay, is okay for where they're at, right? But when we see you on TV, we're seeing dysfunction. Mm-hmm. Do you see what I'm saying? So I'm not saying he's a bad person. He's not a bad person. But what I am talking about is the fact that he couldn't give Kyra what she needed. He couldn't, because all he was giving her was more confusion. That's why she said he can't communicate. But I really thought it was that he can't communicate as in like, maybe he's not good, he's not good at letting you know his thoughts. No. This is the not communication, because when he does communicate, you don't know where he's coming from. And that's confusion. And no one should have to deal with that. That needs untangling. That needs a therapist. And us men, especially us black men, we do need some of this. If you're thinking like this, we need someone needs to be like, bro, I hear you, I love you, man, bro, but bro, your mind, we need to get that back into function, because these women, man, when we asked about, we'll talk about it anyway. Let someone else jump in. Sean, you were going to say something, and then okay, Sean, and then Seaway. Sorry, apologies.
Okay, real quick. I think you nailed it. And I just remember as he was talking, I heard my grandfather used to say this, and I'm sure other people might have heard it, but he would say, "Kiss, keep it simple, stupid." When you're talking, keep it simple. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't understand how you can expect to get a point across and you can't answer a question, or when you're communicating, you can't just simply clearly say what you want, right? Now, this is a show about ready to love, which means you want to be in a serious relationship, right? Communication is the number one issue in relationships. You know what I mean? So, as a man, if you can't get your point across, and it's not to say you could be talkative. Listen, I could talk with the best of them, right? But I hope at some point I'm getting my point across. And when I'm in a relationship, I'm checking in for understanding, right? I want to see you're there with me. Where's the level of engagement? Like, okay, did you get what I'm saying? Do you hear where I'm coming from? You check in. You just can't go on these 30-minute rants about nothing, right? And expect the person to be there with you. What are you trying to get accomplished? Do you just want an audience to hear you? Or are you trying to get to a particular place, right? So I think just anybody, right? So whatever it is you want, you have to be able to communicate that effectively and then check in with that person. It's a dialogue, not a monologue. And that's all I saw from him.
See what you're going to say, and then Wendy?
No, I just wanted to agree that I do think Black women in particular, we spend a lot of our times being a man's therapist, or feeling like we need to be the one that heals men. And a lot of times we feel like we need to be, more nurturers and coddlers than other races do. So I want to be clear that I'm not saying that was Kyra's role to do any of those things for AJ, because it's not. And I do agree that, maybe AJ does, need therapy. I'm not sure. I didn't get a chance to talk to him on a one-on-one, so I don't want to say what he may or may not need. I'm just saying that I think that if a right woman came along at where I kind of see from the TV that AJ's at, maybe coupled with therapy, I think he could be ready to love. But I also agree that a lot of things that Kyra did also may be a sign of trauma. That if we're talking about therapy, we need to be fair on both sides. Because I think it's very easy to villainize women and not talk about the therapy that Kyra may need. Because it seems like after coming off of a 10-year relationship that probably was toxic from the way that she discussed it, maybe she's not quite dealing with people correctly as well. So honestly, we can all use therapy in that way. I just think that, AJ may have more redeeming characteristics than we may be giving him credit for. But I do agree with Sean. All men should be able to communicate. That would be ideal. But the fact of the matter is there's so many billions of people in this world, and a lot of them just can't communicate. But I hope that they can find love. I hope so. Just like we're accepting Jason as being a non-leader, and he found love with Liz, and we're praying that works out. Even though a lot of us want men to be leaders, we're gonna have to accept that some people just are not gonna have those like ideal traits. But like when I say not ready for love, I'm talking about David. David is a person who's actually not ready to love and needs to stay away from women in general and humans actually until he figures out what's going on with him.
I hear you. Wendy, what are you gonna say?
Oh God, that was funny. I just got into a conversation with a gentleman about this exact same subject the other night, and what he told me was so profound. And he said, Wendy, you know what? Speaking on that trauma, he said usually when a person spouts off like that, and especially with men, the trauma is that when they were young, they weren't heard. And usually they weren't heard by their mothers. So if they're going to get somebody, if they get with a woman, they're looking, without them even knowing it, they're looking for that woman to hear them. So you're constantly in a battle of, and this is when because when we were talking about this, His thing was, whenever we talk, did you hear me? Did you hear me? And it's like, okay, I heard you, but communication goes back and forth. You just want to constantly be heard, but you don't want somebody to give their opinion. Don't talk to me if you don't want my opinion. But when we finally got down to the crux of the situation, he told me, he said, you know what? When I was young, I wasn't heard. My mother never heard me. And when I heard that, I was like, wow, that's deep. That's some deep trauma. You wouldn't think that was trauma because there was no kind of abuse, but not being heard can be traumatic to some people. That's it.
Wendy, you just touched on something so powerful. You know what? And I that's so I see parts of AJ and I can resonate. I resonate with every character, right? Because I try to see part of myself in each character, right? And so I resonate in AJ, and I understand the trauma of feeling ignored, right? So I'm an extroverted person, but something when I came to Christ, one of the things that I felt that the Holy Spirit was talking to me about was my need for attention. I'm the firstborn, and I remember from a very young age, I learned how to just put myself second. Once the younger ones were born, they have to take precedent. They have to take precedent. They got to take precedent. They got to take precedence. And when you put everybody else first and put yourself on the back burner and just take on responsibility, you're the firstborn. Take on responsibility. Do what you got to do. You become a man of responsibility. You suddenly you don't realize until you get older that it's starting to leak, right? Because now you need attention. So now I'm like 12, 13, the fat kid. The fat kid who needs attention. What do? You become the funny guy, right? The funny guy and you're trying to get this attention from people, right? Or you try to be, and this is what I think where my thing kind of become the flirt. I'm a serial flirt. I was a serial flirt, and I'm still trying to change that a little bit. I'm trying to be better. Okay, guys. But serial flirt, right? So I learned how to run my mouth, right? So that will bring people to make them see me. So now the battle I always face is when me and the Holy Spirit are talking is, am I doing this for I love doing this, or am I doing this because part of me wants attention? Now, if you know me or want to listen, I'm very extroverted. If I'm in the gym, I'm dancing all the time, right? And sometimes when I'm dancing, I'm asking this key question: am I dancing because you're watching me, and I know you're watching me, and I know you just pull out your camera and you think I don't see, I see you, all right? But am I dancing because you got your camera and you're watching me? Or am I dancing because I genuinely enjoy dancing? I have to always ask myself this question. So that's why I said I see AJ. I see parts of him. And what Wendy said was so important, because when you're not seen, when you get older, you're trying to be seen. You know what I mean? So I get that with AJ. I understand that maybe, yes, not being heard has caused him now, because he thinks, and that's why I said everything goes internally with AJ. And then when he does talk, it comes all out at once. But the problem here is, sir, you can't expect a woman to come in there and be able to wade through all of that mess to find out what is the true thought that's in there. That is self-work that he has to do. I don't care if he sits in front of a chair and starts talking to that chair and let out all the feelings he's got. Right, but it has to be something that he needs to do in terms of work to get into a place where now not all the thoughts are coming all at once. Because I can't ask you about cereal, you start talking about porridge, and you go off complete tangent. Right, that is so frustrating. Imagine, see where you're dating somebody and now you're asking them, babe, we ain't paid the bill. And it's like, yeah, but you know about the bill, obviously. And then before you know it, he's talking about gym. Blood, we're talking about the bill. And you know what I'm saying? Or before you know it, arguments are happening that should never be happening, and you're arguing about something completely irrelevant. We have that problem already enough as human beings, arguing about stuff that's not really about the stuff we need to be arguing about, let alone somebody take you off course completely to another discussion that has nothing to do with the point. So I think that's what I'm saying about AJ. It's not even necessarily about you not being ready to love. AJ, just this is some self-work here. This is where self-work needs to be done. Right? Because you're having problems in relationships as well. How he's dealing with women before the show, when he explained it, was off. You know what I mean? Oh, no, you want to talk in it? Go for it.
I mean...
Your mic's open, bro.
Oh, yeah. AJ's an F-boy. I mean, there's nothing else to say. I mean, you're trying to convert him... to a husband. I'm like, it ain't going to work. I'm sorry to say it. But, okay.
I mean, you was a little bit harsh on my boy there. You know?
Just keep it 100.
Harsh on my boy.
Keeping it 100.
Just a little bit harsh on my boy there.
No,
okay.
I don't think I am.
Just a little bit.
No, I don't think I am.
Okay, Sean, do you want to jump in?
I'm scratching my head on that one. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure if that's the way he moves, but I think Kojo, you brought up a great point combined with Wendy, you know, that needing to be heard. And then if you look at the way his mom interacted with him, right? You know, you would think a mom is going to say the best about her son, right? Put him in the best light, position him in the best light. But she did not, you know. She gave Kyra additional ammunition, right? Listen, he likes projects. Once she found out about the date, scolded him. Once she found out about that date, she was like, "You did what? I don't stand for that." She didn't. She held her frame. She looked squared, looked at him like, "Son, you failed," right? So that energy she's giving, definitely, I don't think he got a lot of coddling as a young boy from her, and probably because she was a single mom, which is what I believe he said. That's the household.
That too, yeah.
So, you know, she unfortunately, like a lot of women, had to be put in that position, right? So she was the mother and the father. So, you know, you see that play out in a lot of, you know, especially Black households where the mother feels like she's got to put on this strong frame because she's stepping into the father role. So she's tough on her boys, right? Because she doesn't want her boy to be weak. Believe he grew up in Chicago, right? So, you know, you got to be tough. You can't be weak in these streets. So he might have been the child that wanted to come home and, Mom, I got all these creative ideas flowing through my head. I want to do this, and that. She was like, boy, you better go sit in that corner. You better do your homework and get ready to go to bed. It's bedtime. You're doing a lot of talking right now. And shut him down, right? So that snipped his spirit. So I got that. So that's very important. And you got to deal with those issues. Nothing wrong with therapy. I'm a huge proponent of it. You know, gets you to get through some healing. So, you know, you can be better, have better outcomes for yourself and the others you interact with. So, you know, agree wholeheartedly with everything.
Bars. I love that, man. Love that. That was good stuff, man, guys. You guys came to some nice conclusions there, man. I love what you said there, Sean, as well, you know. That, you know, and so this is the really important part, right? So this is again, this is that destructive cycle we're talking about, right? Because earlier on I said about the Jason situation, Liz, and I said the only thing I'm afraid of is the fact that the cycle continues of men not having their stuff together and getting built by women, and we're having trouble having men being men, right? But in this scenario we're talking about, right, his mum has had to do it solo. Where is the man? I know he's divorced. Well, where is the man? And this is what I'm talking about, because that creates that perpetual cycle now, right? Now, if he goes and has another child with someone, is he going to now abandon that child too emotionally? You know what I'm saying? And then it creates that destructive cycle. Even if he is there, is he emotionally present? Right? Because we've all got fathers that might be in your life but might not be emotionally present or be able to give you all him emotionally, right? So you lack something. Then you go to the next person and it does the exact same thing over and over again. Or now you have a daughter and the daughter didn't get the emotional love and care from her father, and now she's moving mad. Now when she meets a man, she gets pregnant, and it's just like that same cycle. So this is not about even blaming women. This is more of a case of like, we're talking about, this is our community in terms of the fact that when we make certain choices now, we're having problems that are generationally being affected. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, and so like what you described there, Sean, Wendy described, Seaway also too, Onu, we're talking about now a situation where had we not heard what he said about his beginning upbringing, we might not have known this, but his upbringing now is very important, right? This is a guy who's bright, he's intelligent, probably got many ideas like you were saying, Sean, but maybe the mum was just like, listen, get this done. Like, and what else can we say? We can't say anything else because she has to survive. She has to make it work. You know what I'm saying? But this goes to where us as brothers, Onu, Sean, ourselves, like we're saying, we're holding our brothers accountable, and this is where the therapy thing comes in. Bro, you moving mad, you need therapy. You know, just therapy, counseling, whatever you want to call it, bro. If you don't give it a name, go and talk to somebody. You know what I mean? Like, because you're moving crazy in these streets. Okay? And so, yeah, that's where us men coming together, you know, and being able to hold us as men accountable when we're doing certain shenanigans, so we don't create the generational effect. That is the pressure and the responsibility we have as men to make sure that we're accountable in those areas. Okay, cool. Oh, you want to say something, Andy?
No, I was going to tell you, I'm so glad that you brought that point out, and to what Sean was talking about. That very well sounds like what could have happened in the household. And I was going to say, to the mother's defense, mothers only do, especially if you are a single mom, and I've been in both cases of being with a partner, without a partner. But being a single mom, you do the best that you can. Like you always hear your mom say, kids don't come with a manual, right? Mm-hmm. You do the best that you can with what you have. And it's a very unique experience to raise a male child being a female and being a Black female, because your son, you know, your son is already coming in with a disadvantage. So being a woman, the only thing that you can do is emulate what you think is supposed to be put on a young man to make him be male. We are nurturers by nature. I don't think that any woman wants to, in an ideal situation, raise that side of a male that becomes a man, because we don't know how. The only thing we can do is do the best that we can. And a lot of times we get stuck and we get that part wrong because we're not men. We weren't born men. We're not built like that. We don't think. We are emotional creatures by creation. Men are logical thinkers. So now you're expecting, not you, Sean, but now people are expecting for you to take this male child that you really don't know what to do with, and to raise him to be this leader or you know, this guide or this head of household. When you're raising a child, when I say with my sons, I'm not raising you to be a boy. I'm not raising a boy. I'm raising a man. But I definitely, his father being there, even though we weren't together, that made all the difference in the world. Because by the time he got 13, the nurturing, I can't nurture but so much. Now, you know, you got to take the reins, because I don't know what to do with this. So it would be, I mean, I do want to see our men in our community step up. If you make that child, you need to be there. Even if you're not with the mother, you need to be there, and stop saying, she won't let me. What do you mean she won't let you? If you wanted to be there, you'll be there. Point blank, period. You will be there. I don't care how much of a jerk she is. You will be there, because that's your child too.
Word on word. Word on word. I'm hearing that, man. Big up. Like that. Let's talk, obviously, quickly. Venetia and Joel. I don't know what I can say about these two, to be honest. Venetia and Joel. Yeah, they had their dates they had their meetings with the family and stuff, and you know, we got to see Venetia's family very, very warm, very welcoming. You know, I felt like you know, they asked him one or two questions, which I expected, you know what I'm saying, but they didn't put so much heat on him, you know what I mean, but they put a little bit of gloss on it just to make sure he knows. And obviously when she went to his family, it was a good conversation, but you know, I don't know if I'm not sure about the comment that she made about her liking him more. It's probably just an observation. She didn't say it in a particularly rude way or anything like that, so it is what it is. But I want to ask the first part of the question, which was, the stepfather actually said she got an attitude. You got a bit of an attitude, and Joe was like, yeah, basically he was like, yeah, we're not having that in this place, basically. I want to kind of get you guys' thoughts on that part of the conversation that they had. See, were you okay, girl?
I'm just so stressed by Joel.
Why?
Joel's playing. I don't know how else. Like, if I was Renisha, I would be upset watching this back. And I just feel like a lot of us, we make comments. I don't know if I did, but there's a lot of us that make comments like Renisha is. Some people say she was thirsty. Some people say she was dying to have a man, or she really was dying for his attention. But it hit me this episode that we're only saying that because of what we can see. If we really think about what Vernisha knew during the show, Joelle is literally playing. Because if you go to the meeting that you're talking about with her family, beautiful interaction. I am not crying. Beautiful at all. Beautiful interaction. Vernisha's daughter was so well mannered. She seemed like she's raising her kids wonderfully. They asked wonderful questions. They asked very questions that you need to ask, like about blending families and things like that. I even like how the stepdad said about the attitude and just kind of like, hey, my daughter's a little, feisty. How can you handle that? I thought that was in good fun. And I think he handled it well. That was a wonderful interaction at the house. And when I left watching that scene, I was just like, yeah, they're vibing. They're perfect for each other. They would really blend together. I want them to make it work because they just seem like they're good for each other. Especially, at their stages that they are in their life. I think what they have and what they bring together is perfect for each other. Then we go over to the other side. And Vernisha's being, herself. She's being honest. She's being who she needs to be. And this is now the second time his family seems like they don't like nobody. There's nothing that you can do to be liked by them. As soon as Vernisha leaves, their comment is she seemed like she liked you too much. And in the last scene with his friends, one of the friends said something negative too. And I'm just like, do y'all not want him to be happy? And then here come Joelle co-signing, yeah, baby, I think she do like me too much. And I'm like, you're fake. You're fake. You're supposed to be standing up for your girl, saying she liked me, but I like her too. Mm-hmm. But that's not what happened. Instead, he's being fake. Mm-hmm. So he needs to get the credit he deserves for being fake as hell. He's so fake. And I didn't like that. Because if I was Vernisha and I was watching this back, I'd be like, you did me dirty. I'm over here being 100 with you, and when you get in front of your sisters and butter them, as soon as they say something negative about me, you over here co-signing for no reason. You should want a woman that likes you a lot. What's the problem? We mad at Kyra because she don't like nobody. Vernisha like people too much. You can't make people happy. So, and Joel's too grown for that. Let me not say that people are gonna be mad about, but he's grown. He's grown as hell. He should know what he wants. And I didn't like the way he's doing Vernisha at all.
I hear that, Seaway. Wendy, what do you want to say?
Seaway, yes, I agree. I totally agree with all of that because that's what got me is when they said something about her liking him too much. I'm like, what kind of statement is that? That's some trash talk right there. She's supposed to like him, and I agree with you there too, where you said he should have said, and I like her too. See. By him leaving her out there, this is what tells me in the future what very well may happen. Because that sister, whoever that girl was, has been pretty much the dominant force, female force in those kids' life since the mom died. You let him get with Vernisha, and if Vernisha do something, them kids will easily be able to play Vernisha against that woman. Because that woman's going to go to the father and say, see, I told you about it in the first place. It's going to be one of them kind of conversations. So I don't trust that. And the thing is that he's not going to be the type of man to stand up and say, listen, this is our household. I appreciate everything that you did. But right now, Vernisha is taking that spot to mother them, to parent them, to parent them. Let us work that out. He's not the type of dude to say, let us work that out. He going to be sitting there, yeah, baby. Really? Oh, baby, really? He going to be playing that ping pong match between them two. I don't like it already.
I'm hearing you. Sean, do you have a different perspective? Do you see things differently, maybe?
Not necessarily a different perspective, but I looked at things from a different angle. So one of the things I paid a little bit of attention to, and this plays out in relationships where you see different, maybe one family is more conservative. Maybe one family, has a little bit more money. Maybe, that sometimes that dynamic and difference can play it out in different ways. So, when you look at Vernicia's family, and again, I'm just assessing, looking at the optics, right? Looking at the interactions. Her mom looked like she could be her sister, right? And the mother also little rough around the edges, right? That personality, the way she was talking, and the stepfather talked about that attitude, you see some similarities there. A lot of times you're gonna, how the mom is, the daughter's gonna follow that lead. So, that was something that probably Joel had in the back of his mind. I could see him looking at that because, again, now his kids don't have a mom, unfortunately. So he wants to know that woman that's going to be in his kid's life, that mother, and he's been, if anything, that he's been intentional about is talking about how much he cares about his girls and how much the person that's in his girls' lives, her character, who she is very important, right? So then you fast forward to the meeting that Vern had with Joel's family, and you look at that sister, look at how they were dressed, look at the niece, very conservative. Again, I don't want to get into policing what women wear, respectability politics, but when Venetia came through, she came through in a midriff top, right? And then you looked at that woman, his sister sitting on the other side of the couch. She looks like she's in her Sunday go meeting black dress. So she's looking at Venetia come through those doors like, okay, who we got here? All right. And that could be part of what caused a little bit of that tension that existed between the two of them. But, I think what was nice to see in all of that, the niece kind of said, no, no, mom, his first wife was just like that. I think her name was Courtney. She was like, Courtney was the same way. He said Courtney was the same way about him. So that kind of got him to think. But you can see Joel is not sold on Venetia. He likes the package. She's very visually appealing, but again, don't want to be rude, but that looks more like a hot girl summer for him and not a full-blown long-term relationship. Those are my thoughts. Don't shoot me.
No, I'm hearing you still. Onu, you have something to say?
I mean, no shots. We have some amazing panelists throughout this season. Like, I'm gonna steal something Kenny had to say. Shout out. Hope everything's going okay. Joel came on here to look for a nanny or look for someone to help raise his kids. He did not come out here looking for a wife. And I'm just like, I'm sorry, that's the way it is. Like, when I listen to Joel ever since the whole Kyra was my number one thing, you can tell that he's not interested in this woman, and he's trying to look for a polite way to turn him down. The problem is every single week is just getting ratchet up, and he really doesn't have a way to exit the situation clean. If he would just man up and say, you know what, like, we've had a good time, but I'm just not interested in pursuing this relationship any further, and just walk away, honestly, it'll be a lot better feel for both parties. But that's not what he's trying to say. He's trying to convince himself that, hey, he's still interested in this woman. Here's the problem. His whole circle is telling him he's not interested in the woman, and he's unwilling to listen to advice. To me, that's the problem. Pause. A couple weeks ago, we looked when Jason and Kyra had that double date where they met Joel's friends, and Joel's friends were like, "Oh, we like Kyra. We don't think you're a good fit with Liz." Jason had discernment to, like, you know what? I'm not gonna listen to my friends. I'm pursue my heart, my own decision. Fast forward, Joel is doing the opposite of that. He's following whatever playbook he's following and not listening to his friends' advice. So again, like, which way is right, which way is wrong? I just want to make sure that we're on the same page here, because it's not the fact that I'm not saying he's moving mad. He's not being honest with himself. And I think one of the things I'm getting from this season is we want men to be honest with themselves and tell women what they want and don't want. Vernicia is in this to find a husband. Joel's in this to find someone to pick up his kids from school and send them to soccer and gymnastics practice. I don't know what else to say here.
I'm hearing you, bro. I'm hearing you. Do you know what? It's interesting, I think, with Joel and Vern, because to be honest, the very first live we ever did, I said, I don't know how serious this guy is when he's half naked and you're asking for a woman to be conservative. Where are you gonna find that mum? When you're half naked. Not that it's bad, but what woman are you? You see, if we're talking about women and responsibility politics, you as a man, if you're coming on the show and every clip that they show in the very beginning, you are running naked around your block. You're naked when you're doing press ups. You're naked on your Instagram. What woman is coming towards you? Because Vern is the type of woman I'm thinking that's going to come towards you, bro. She's also got body. You've got body. We're perfect, right? So it's like, I'm not saying. And then by the way, listen, you already know me on my Instagram. I got body. I know what kind of woman's going to attract, and I'm fine with that. But you got to be ready for that. You know what I'm saying? If you're going to do body all the time, and know that it's going to attract a certain type of woman, and then you can't complain about it, right? So. When I saw Joel, I thought he was a bit of a playboy. I'm not gonna lie to you, right? Because here's my thing: there was too much body on the show. Yeah, that's the playboy number one tactic. Body is on show. Yeah, I know, I've done it before, so I can tell you this straight. Okay, it's called put it on the flower to flower yourself so the bees can come and collect you. We know this game, right? But if you're looking for that mum to come in that's gonna have that attitude, that's gonna be so calm and motherly, like. The body might not be the best way to represent yourself in order to attract that type of woman. Just saying, and putting it out there, right? Because we're talking about, obviously, presentation. We said about Vern, how she presents herself. But beside all of that, I didn't feel like... I just feel like Joel was never fully sold on Vern. And, yes, obviously, maybe he felt like her attitude or the way she talks, maybe for him, isn't working for him. But he stuck to it. And it's not even like Joel couldn't not have had other options. He could have explored it, right, on the show, but he decided to stick with Vern. And my thought process then came to me, I said, but why? Right? Because you didn't have to stick with Vern. If you're talking about her being clingy, but you didn't have to stick with Vern. All the women had you pretty much at the top of their list. This is not like this is not like you had no options, bro. You had options, but you decided to go straight down the Vern line and say, this is me and Vern. Now, yeah, sure, Vern might have got a bit excited and thought to herself, it's going to be me and you, right? Which I agree, yeah, she might have done. And maybe she might have said one or two things to the girls, right? Because like she said, she's territorial, right? So I can see that happening too, right? The girls maybe, right? But, bro, the mere fact that you kiss Amber and Amber kissed you and you went on some, and there's a date that we haven't seen, which is the paint date, right? We haven't seen that. So we know you can move mad. Right, so this is my thing. I'm like, Joe, I don't think you really being truly honest with yourself. You ain't really sold on Vern. You like the body, you know what I'm saying? Y'all, you like the body. The body's banging. Face cute too. You know what I'm saying? The body is cute. You know what I'm saying? And he's with it, but the content of the person isn't for you.
Right.
So yeah, go for it, Wendy. Yeah, go for it.
I think that what he's looking for, what a lot of people say they're looking for, but he meant it literally. He looking for a lady in the street and the freak in the bed. I think that he likes her. I think he likes her freaky deaky aura. He likes that aura of her. And I think the fact that she is a mother and probably comes off as a good mother is like a plus. But I think that he got stuck in the freaky deaky part. And when he got there, it's almost like he went so deep that he can't come out. So what he's trying to do is kind of like maneuver this train to kind of get on a track with her mothering side. But that's hard when you don't look at that. If you don't look at that woman with that decency and respect going into that situation, for the most part, you're not gonna find it as you go along, because that's not what you led with. He led with his other brain. So when you lead with that, what do you expect? What do you expect? Because he's still leading with it.
Oh, hello. Hi. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, it's Joe. Cody, you pointed out something really clear. Like, what exactly would lead Joelle to Vern? And I think the thing that was gonna lead Joelle to Vern is that she was familiar. Like, Joelle and Vern remind me of the atypical uncle and aunt, the uncle that's the forever uncle and never married, come over every the weekend, every so often, once a month you see him. He got kids, she has kids, and there's no commitment, but there's a lot of, fugazi confusion. You dip in here, you dip in there. And Joel, from the very beginning, in my opinion, he moved just like AJ and Kyra. They were never going to commit. This was like a free advertisement of them being eligible and single and ready to be, whether if it's for image, to get YouTube or to promote their music or their career. That's what that show was for them. But particularly for Joel, I don't see throughout the entire season what did we learn about Joel? I other than he have his 2 children, I don't feel like we learned anything about him. And he used that as a safeguard for when he was moving crazy, so people wouldn't come after him to hold him accountable. And that's why I believe Amber called him out, because Amber was interested in him, and Amber had her own issues because she was still trying to fight to make people believe that I am an attractive woman and there are men attracted to me. So when Joel initiated that level of attraction with her, but she doesn't even realize he's playing games with her, she went out to bat with feelings for him and not realizing he was just playing for games. Like, he was just dipping his toe to see how far it can go. But he didn't want anything further with her. And Vern is just available in the sense that she's familiar that he knows, okay, game A will work, game B will work, game C will work. If he had tried that with Kyra and everybody else, because remember what he said, I think it was Kyra that mentioned it. She said that Joel, because that's how they saw him, as Uncle Joel, like a guy you can get $50 from, buy you shoes, buy you a bag. I think she said Joel was the guy that, helped her get her lift to go pick up her friend at the airport. I think he piggybacks off of the people that he's around to kind of subliminally hide what he's really trying to get out of you. Especially as an older man, his approach is not, he perceivably looks attractive, but the package deal is that he has 2 kids. So now he's an older man with 2 kids, so he has to lay it on thick to make you think that he wants to give you the world, and you'd be like, wait. And when you start giving that back to him, he's like, wait, you heard me, my baby? Like, what you talking about? He's looking at you like you're crazy. Like, where is these feelings coming from? And, I want to rewind back to the whole meeting of the family. I hear what you guys were saying. I got 2 different things. It was kind of like it was mirroring their exact situation. Like, Vern's family were open to meeting him and looking for good qualities, as opposed to Joel's family was looking for, like, how you gonna be good enough? And for Vern's family, the father was like he was trying to have a conversation. And the mother, I don't know if anybody saw, like, her attitude, her body language, it just came off very negative. It was reading like something was up, like there was an issue there before. And I could see it in her face and her body language. But Joel's family, it like he coached them before, because where would it have gotten that like where did they get that she likes you too much? Like, it just didn't make sense for me in my view. I don't know if they've met or hung out, but it seems like that was their first interaction. So where would she gotten for them to make that big of a leap that she likes him too much? I felt like Joel was coaching them, and for it to make it look like, oh, we don't know if she's good enough for you. So because at the end, he is looking for a babysitter. He never seemed like he was pitching the whole notion, I'm looking for a wife. Because even when the first thing they started talking about was the kids. Like, how are you going to be there for kids? And Owen released a clip, like, about her moving in. And she was like, yeah, I'm ready to move in. And his face looked like, what? How do we even get here? It just looks crazy. Like, I unfortunately, Vern speaks to a lot of Black women that are single and older and with children, and men who take advantage of that and know they can still say a lot of things to get them with the words and don't have to put action behind it. Because I didn't see the action in his entire quote unquote courtship of Vern, or particularly on the show at all. So it was just very confusing to me. And the last point, it was just like, was that Vern's daughter, right, from the show? Was that Vern's daughter?
I think so.
Yeah, that was the oldest daughter.
Because on the bottom of the screen it said daughter, but then she said, "How do you feel?" Because Vern said she only got 3 kids. And then the daughter said, how do you feel to be a father to 3 grown boys? And then when she met the sisters, I mean, Joel's family, she said, I have 3 daughters. So I was confused. Like it just seemed like it was about the relationship, and it was confusing how they were even talking about their own children. Like it was a lot of confusion for me.
Hey, listen, Joe, as always, man. You bring the vibes, man. You bring the vibes. And you bring the bars, man. You bring the bars. I don't know if anyone else wants to add before we move on to next couple. Anyone else want to add anything else? No? All right, we'll shift it to the next couple then, shall we? So, yeah. Wait, who's the last couple we haven't touched on? Oh yes, let's break the bank then, because we're coming up to our 4 hours. So let's break the bank, okay? We're gonna finish on our Liz Jace, because Captain Onu here is gonna need to plug all the water out the boat that's sinking. Let's talk about Liz and Jason situation. Captain Onu, I'm gonna let you go first because I know you've been waiting. Oh, you don't want to go first?
Opinion.
Huh?
I want to hear everyone's opinion.
Have you not been hearing it all night?
I mean, I have. I'm like, hey, super panel. I just want to hear what they have to say.
All right, cool. Let me let someone else go first. Joe, go for it again. Hit us up, man. We're talking about Liz and Jason. What's your thoughts around Liz and Jason?
Liz and Jason, like it's like a twofold. Like I know everybody was saying that Jason wasn't as much into Liz as he was to Kyra. Yes and no. I think both can be true and both can play into each other. I think Jason realized a lot about, first let's remember the scene where Kyra walked out in the bathing suit and out at the ranch, and she said, I got to give men something like that. I have to give men what the men are visual, and I'm going to give them something to look at or something like that. And then you cut to the scene at the jacuzzi. Then you see AJ recline back, like looking at the interaction of Kyra and Jason together, and he was getting the energy like, dang, he's annoyed by the same things about her that I am. And I think he, like, AJ was like, if she like, AJ realized Jason had the same issues with her that he has with Kyra. And when that came to his realization, he started to like lean less towards Kyra, but even more towards Alexis, even if it looked like he wasn't gonna choose Alexis. And when it looked like that, even Jason don't want you. And I think that's the simple fact. Kyra has attributes about her personality that regardless of what people might think are great, it just completely cuts you off. Like, I don't want to be dealing with this. And I think that's what happened with Jason. I think when he got a true picture to her personality and how she moves, he was like, nah. Because even how he moved with Kyra, it was not the same way how he moved with Liz. He may not have led with attraction in the same manner, but he was still attracted to Liz. Just because it was not the same doesn't mean it wasn't so. So with Jason and Liz, like, there's people, I think they would work because they what they want is the same. They want relationship. They want it to be, God-centered. They have some kind of same values on finances and family. And I think where people fail to look at relationships, they look at a lot of superficial things, whether we think it might be okay or not, instead of compatibility. Jason looks more comfortable with Liz than he is with Kyra. He's always jumping hoops. And even in the last conversation he had with Kyra, he was just like, what is this? Like, well, what are we doing here? Like, are we in an interrogation? I think he always felt like he had to answer to her like he was his child. Like, he felt like a child with her. And she does give that energy, not because she's a Black woman. I think it's just her personality. Because even when Kojo did the review of the live, even when it looked like it was supposed to be a live about Vern and Kyra, it was just the Kyra show. And Kyra even shushed Vern when she was trying to explain her point about how she thought Jason and Liz were a great couple. Because she wasn't trying to hear that. She was trying to get her points across, like how she was the bad one and how this guy did her dirty. That is Kyra's attitude. And I think even with the whole situation with the date thing and the whole picking, she wasn't gonna pick either one of them. But I think it set her off. Like, how dare they not pick me? You know, her ego. And then she even said it on the live. Her ego was like, and that whole thing about Liz, not that heat, that smoke that was not for Liz. It was for Liz, because if that smoke wasn't for Liz, why didn't you give that same energy to Jason? And Jason in himself, I think he wants the idea of Kyra, but realized what the reality was, and he was like, oh no. Even if it doesn't last with Liz, I think he realized in this whole show what he doesn't like, and it solidified for him what this type of personality comes with.
Hearing you, Joe. Hearing you. Who would like to take up the baton? Raw. Seaway, go for it.
I don't even want to talk about Liz and Jason. Wait, Sean, don't you want to go first? You be mad about what I got to say about Liz and Jason.
That's fine. Let them be mad. Say what you got to say.
I don't even feel like it.
Tell your truth. This is your truth.
I don't. Sean, go first. You be having good points.
All right, I guess in true Jason fashion, I'll let you lead me, Seaway.
Okay, now.
You lead me down the path of righteousness. Okay, so absolutely. I'll go for it. So several things, listen, first of all, when he came through with that prayer, that food blessing, it just took me back to childhood. God is good, God is great, and we thank you for this food. That's all I could hear. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Where's the substance to the prayer? Like, come on, speak your mind. It's not just about, generics. If you're going to get in there and, you're the prayer leader, right? You're a prayer warrior. You showing up, want to lead the family in prayer for dinner. Talk about how this is a woman that God sent you and you're so happy to be on this journey. Where's the substance? This basic prayer, then you spouting off scriptures. You know what I mean? Like, where's the substance, right? Where's tying it and connecting it back to the person that you want to be on this journey with, right? So that's the stuff that just kind of like, Jason has done consistently. These, veiled attempts at being charming, these veiled attempts at appealing to whoever the target audience is. I don't think, and again, this is just me looking at the optics, looking at the facts. I don't think he's found himself, right? So he's trying to find himself in this process, and it could go either way. I do see a connection with Liz and Jason. Where that's going to go, I really don't know. I know we got all the Liz cheerleaders, and I'm rooting for her too. But, we also have to dig underneath the surface of her too. She's 40. She's wanted to be married. She's a great woman, has a good career. What's gotten in the way? What's gotten in the way for you to find love? And again, it doesn't make her a bad person, but we need to understand, what have you learned? What is the growth? You haven't been in relationships with anyone for 17 years. She said situationships. I don't know how godly situationships are, but the last time I checked, situationships meant all the trappings of a relationship, but none of the connections and responsibilities of a relationship. So, hey, look, I don't know where her walk with Christ is. That's not for me to judge, but I'm just saying we need to make sure that Liz truly, a couple of people have thrown out that word discernment in the past. I think there's some substance to that. I had to sit back because, we look at Liz, we see her, she's buttoned up, she knows how to talk, she carries herself like a lady, but we got to think about, if you've been out of the scene for that long, what have you done to prepare yourself? How are you ready? Are you going to be a good wife? Are you able to see who a good man for you is going to be, right? She's so excited and giggly that Jason is looking her way. but is that the man that's going to take you to the finish line? Is that the man that's going to get you to where you want to go? I don't know. He's a nice guy. Again, we said it. And I don't think there's an evil, mean-spirited bone in his body. I don't think that. I don't think that at all. But what I do think is, I don't know if he and Liz can continue this journey together. She clearly said she wants a man to be led. What did his mom say? Do you know how to lead him without leading him? So that's what his mama's been doing. That's probably what she's still doing, because how did Jason describe his mom even before Liz met her? He said she's the female version of me, right? What does that mean, right? How is your mom the female version of you? Yeah, you might have some things in common, all of that great stuff, but that's how you identify her. Now you're kind of looking for Liz to kind of fill in that role. You want Kyra or whomever to be your captain. You got to find yourself. He needs to find himself, find his stance, who he is, and how he's going to move in a relationship. Because you see, he just flows like the wind. Whatever the wind is, if he's with Kyra, he's sexual, right? He's with Liz, he's chaste. All of a sudden, he's celibate, and all about the celibacy. Meanwhile, he's feeling her up, like he's at the strip club. You know what I'm saying? And again, things just have to line up. We look at people's interactions. What comes out of your mouth has to line up with your actions. And if there's a disconnect, we got to call it out. There's a disconnect for him. There's a disconnect for Liz. I think Liz has been out of the dating scene and been not serious in relationship for so long. She just might not know how to spot it, how to be ready, how to catch it, how not to be so giddy just because somebody's paying you attention. And there's nothing wrong with being receptive when a man shows you love. We love that. I love it. I do something nice for you. I want that appreciation. But on the side, if I'm doing something that's a little off, I also want my woman to be able to say, hey, listen, Sean, this is what I thought. Hey, maybe that didn't, and vice versa. But I think, I don't know how that's going to go. They could work out, but I think it's going to be shaky because Jason's really not a true leader. And those are my thoughts.
But Sean, what exactly is a true leader? I hear you guys.
Joe, before you go, wait, Joe, before you go, on
No. I'll let them finish.
You want to finish? Okay, go for it, Joe.
I heard you mention true leader and a man. Can you give us clarification? Because blanket statements. I think guys get away with a lot of blanket statements, because it's the image or the message is Jason's not a man who needs to grow up. What would that look like for him? Because you guys are basically saying that he's not measuring up to something. What is that something from you as a male, as a man, from your perspective? What is it?
Sure. So I would say the fact that he is looking to be led, and in so many instances, he has looked for the female cast members to lead him. So that's one thing. The other thing is his mom, and the information she shared about him was very telling into his personality, because obviously she's asking Liz that, when she did a little wink and a smile, because she knows, and right in front of him, right? Not even off to the side, but right in front of him. So that's saying I know my son, he's going to need you to be able to step up and make some decisions. And then the other piece is, I think as a man, whoever you are, whatever your stance is, be authentic to you, right? Whoever and whatever that is. If you're a believer, stand firm, 10 toes down. I'm a believer. I don't care who I'm dating, who I'm with, what friendship circle I'm around. That's not going to change, and I'm not going to bend and twist that for anybody. Right now, that doesn't mean I'm a flawed person. So I might do some things that are imperfect, but I'm not going to give one person this impression and somebody a totally different impression. Right? Both of those women, and you saw Kyra say it. She was like, he never said that to me. We talked about X, Y, and Z to me. We had plenty of conversations over here. So if he was so bought into being a believer and so steeped into Christian scriptures and being a Christian, he would have moved in a different way. It would have just been who he was and not popped up because that's who Liz was and he was trying to appeal to her.
Okay. Okay. But I still don't get how he's still not being a leader in a sense, because his mother mentioned his mother mentioned that Liz might need to help guide and push him. Because what is wrong with that? Because the woman is gonna be her husband's helpmate. Because like if you're in an office and your boss asks you for your ideas and asks you to help in a project or something, that's you leading, but you're not the leader. So I don't see like the difference. I think her thinking as an older woman and from a mindset where a culture where marriage, where the pathology and the mythology that a woman is going to like, influence her husband to make a decision that's going to not just benefit herself, but the both of them. I think today's culture it probably can be perceived as like she's the do all and be all, but I don't see like the problem in that sense, like helping him.
So lastly, Joe, and then I just want to say two specific things. So it's a difference between getting insight and leading. And somebody said it earlier. I don't know if it was you, Wendy, in the first chat, but it's manipulation. The mother was talking about manipulation. There's a difference between are you going to be able to give him insight? Are you going to be able to help him run that household? It's not what she said. She said, are you going to be able to lead him without him feeling like he's being led? So that to me, that's very different. And it's telling of the kind of person he is and how he moves in relationships.
Okay.
Love that conversation. See what you want to
add? Yeah, I agree with almost everything that Sean said in this particular segment. No surprise. But I do believe that it's very important to note that his mother, that being the main thing that she said the first time she met Liz, was very telling. I took it as, I'm not a mother, but I know mothers really want their sons to be okay. And I took it as like, I really want you to know, like, this is how my son will be okay. Can you lead him without him feeling like, he's taking over? You're taking over. I feel like that was a very telling statement. So, and I think that does show that even his own mother doesn't really believe that he's the most capable of making a whole lot of decisions. For her to say that to the woman that she doesn't even know, that she's just meeting for the first time, I think that's that's telling. But as it pertains to Liz and Jason, I thought their date was the white roses that he brought was cute. I thought that their interaction at when she met his mother, outside of that kind of statement, was fine. And when he met her people, that was fine too. Nothing exciting there. That was all kind of, boring. So I guess boring is good for peace and all. But the end of the show was just her saying, like, it was twofold. Her saying, I'm, mama, I got a man, or, I got a man, I'm happy I got a man. I was both happy for her and afraid for her at the same time. And especially when she said, God didn't forget about me. Mm-hmm. That touched my heart in a real, it really touched me, because I feel that so many women don't, and especially beautiful Black women like Liz. And I want to make that so clear. I think she's great. She's beautiful. All those things. A lot of people end up unmarried. And that's just the fact of the matter. That's just the fact of the matter. And it's really high percentage for Black women. And that's just a fact, whether people want to admit to it or not. And the older you get, the less likely you end up being married. That's also a fact, whether we like to admit it or not. So yes, that really touched me when she said, God didn't forget about me. That actually made me feel a little emotional. But what it also did was it made me afraid for her, because she seemed so happy that she was given someone, that someone kind of worked out for her, that I'm afraid that, with someone like Jason, who like Sean said, just goes with the flow. 1 minute, I'm not single, I'm engaged, y'all. One minute he's he's looking at people's boobs. The next minute he's quoting a Bible, a whole Bible chapter, not a verse. They asked that man for a verse. He gave a chapter, and then he comes in praying to impress people. So again, I don't think he can be trusted. And it really scares me that Liz was so happy to have someone that I feel like a person like Jason, who is kind of a chameleon, is very, very dangerous for somebody like that. And I don't know if they will still be together, but if they are, that is wonderful. It is beautiful, and I wish that they, will work out. But I don't trust it. A person like Jason with a person like Liz is a bad combo. Because I don't trust Jason, and Liz is too happy to have someone. So
fair point. Oni?
I'm sorry, I disagree with the rest of the panel.
I haven't spoke yet.
Besides Wendy, but I disagree with the rest of the panel. Like, honestly, like, I'm impressed by Jason. Like, I kept it very simple. I'm like, Jason, I need you to go after Liz, full court press, do your thing, and he kind of went to the end. So hey, I'm very happy. Like, I want to readdress the leadership thing, but one of the things I really got into is photography in the past year, and like people watching. And when you look at couples, you can tell when couples are interested in each other and when they tolerate each other. When Liz and Jason are together, they like each other. Can you tell me any other couple interaction this season that has the same attention or affectionate as these two? Because we're breaking them down like they're the wrong, and like I don't understand. Now the thing, Liz brings out the characteristic, makes Jason a better person. Again, I'm a firm believer of growth. People do growth and change. I've watched Jason grow up through the season. I haven't yet to see any other main characters grow up this entire season. They're still doing the same things the way they've done this, and now we're chastising Jason for growing up as a person. Like, we wanted Jason to become a man or become more mature in decision making, and he has done that throughout this entire process. And honestly, I can see them together being a functional couple, and I can see them get involving in a relationship and potentially getting married. And if they do, hopefully in a soon, holler at your boy. I need a +1 to that wedding, because again, I can see it happening. Versus any other couple interaction, I can't see them lasting 3 weeks together after this. Like, I don't understand what we're fighting now. When it comes to leadership, because I think that's where we're getting to, leadership comes in different ways. And I guess there's a traditional way of leadership, as in when men tell, this is the way I want to do things, and one follows behind, versus us coming as a group consensus and trying to figure things out. So to me, I like to kind of break it down to the MJ versus LeBron. I know a lot of people watched The Last Dance over the last year or whatever. And again, I don't know how many people would have been okay being on Jordan, being a teammate of Michael Jordan, because he was a dick. He was someone that you didn't want to be around. But to me, his firm leadership is my way or the highway. Compared with LeBron, it's like LeBron has more of a team friendly atmosphere. It's more about camaraderie. It's about giving your best for the team to win. Now, when you go back and look at Jordan teammates, countless time and time again, I've seen competitors and teammates chastise the way that Jordan led. Whereas with LeBron, I'm still waiting for the first teammate to come out and say something bad about him. Now, yes, Jordan. Maybe you can say Jordan might have brought out the best out of the teammates around him, but you didn't have fun doing that. And to me, that's ineffective leadership. So let's put this in a dating atmosphere. How many women want to go on a date and have the guy dictate to them exactly what they're going to do every step of the way? I.e., we're going to go to this restaurant. You're going to eat this meal. You're going to be at this time. We're going to go do this and be. I bet every single woman out here is going to raise up and chastise that. Whereas if you want men to listen and be understanding to you, how's that being seen as a negative? Because that's where this is going. Again, what has Jason done to make himself an attractive prospect for Liz? Because Liz pretty much said exactly what she wanted. She wanted someone, she wasn't looking for a man of God, but she was looking for someone that was spiritual, someone who believed in the Bible, believed in God, could believe in a traditional hierarchy. And Jason has conformed to that over the course of the past couple of weeks. So again, I don't see the issue. I commend him for leading them in prayer. I commend him for being able to start studying his Bible, be able to share that to his friends. I commend him for being able to stop his friends. Like, you know what? To me, this is a better mate for me, Liz versus Kyra. Like, I commend these decisions. I don't see these as a negative. I don't understand exactly how we're getting off track here, because and honestly, this is a relationship that I want to see work out. This is a relationship that looks healthy. I'm seeing a whole bunch of unhealthy relationships on this show. Why is this being grouped in the same category? Maybe it doesn't conform to the way we typically see leadership or men is, but at the same time, Jason is not a typical alpha man. He's not looking for alpha female. And I think that's a beautiful marriage. Now, if you were having women display, I'm not going to say alpha traits, but more masculine traits, and again, that's not helping them meet typical suitors who want to share those traits as well. And that to me is the problem that I'm addressing in my addressing my conclusion of the season, because again, it's making these women like Kyra and Amber more unsuitable to different mates. They're being either you're going to go after Aegis of Thales, or you're going to have to try KGs. And again, nobody wants to be in that scenario. And I think that's I didn't want to interrupt, but you're going to say something.
I agree with you. I think that's why I brought up, like, what is it about Jason that's not quote unquote typed as a man, like leadership? Because it just came off like as if people were saying, like, ever since Jason expressed his feelings and went to therapy, all of a sudden people was like, well, he's beta male, he's not, a leader, because like it seems like because all of a sudden AJ is assertive and he's a leader. From what? What did we gauge from AJ that was a leader and assertive? I don't see it.
The only thing you could say AJ was assertive of was like giving Kyra a second chance to prove his love to her, but at the same time, AJ wasn't about Kyra. Nothing AJ did showed me, hey, he really was into this woman. There was no affection. There's no attraction. Like, you can't fake that. You can fake lust. You can fake that easy. So again, I called him an F boy moves. Attraction, affection, like, you can't fake those things. Biology wins at the end. You tell me exactly what Kyra has done over the course of 3+ years that's shown that, hey, he's affectionate, and he, attractive to AJ. I haven't seen it. I've been paying attention. Maybe my TV. I got 4K. I don't have 8K. I don't know what it is I didn't get here, but that you can't fake biology. Love is supposed to be simple. If it was so complicated, then why do people who are poor, who are uneducated, find this able to make this connection, or able to do these things? And then when you compare successful people or people with money, it becomes this equation that doesn't equate. It's like when you're trying to divide by zero, doesn't compute. I don't understand what's going on here. It shouldn't be this hard.
You know what? I think between, what is it, Joe and Onu, my issue wasn't about whether or not Jason was a good leader. I never said that I never made that statement not one time. That's not my issue with Jason.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, so I apologize.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, because I see what the conversation is talking about him in leadership. I never had a problem with his leadership. And the reason why I didn't, and I don't talk about the leadership aspect, is because the relationship and how you relate to each other dictates the leadership. How you feel like you need to be led is going to dictate that in the relationship. So that's not my issue with them. I think out of all of the couples, I think that they have the greatest potential. Everybody has faults in a relationship. So that's what we're talking about right now. And for me, I'm not saying that they're not going to make it. I'm not saying that. Not saying that either. What I'm saying, what I see as a red flag, is the fact that, one, Liz is a great woman and she got a great heart. But she's so anxious for this to work. It's like it's a do or die feeling. You almost have to pull back the reins and say, wait a minute, Liz, I understand you're excited, but slow down. Give him a chance to prove himself a little bit more. She's real gung-ho about it. What I see in Jason, what I see with experience is the fact that he's Mr. Nice Guy. And if you have experienced Mr. Nice Guys in your life, there's nothing wrong with being a good person. But being nice can also be manipulative because a person can use that niceness to get what they want and how they want it. I'm not saying that he's a bad person. I'm saying that this is a characteristic that she needs to be careful of, and he needs to even watch that within himself. And also what I saw in him that gave me pause is the fact that when he went to go talk to Kyra, he said, okay, I done made my decision on Liz, and he's settling that. Even when he was talking to Kyra and he was like, well, what do you want, Kyra? What do you want? In his voice, it still had a sound of desperation for her to choose him. So he didn't even sound like he was completely done with that. It wasn't like, yeah, you chose Liz, but it was like, yeah, I chose Liz. But his heart almost said that, what do you want from me? Just say the word. Just say it. That desperation of just say it, that gave me room for pause. That made me pause. I didn't say stop, but I definitely say you need to pause. Even Jason needs to pause because where exactly are your feelings? I'm not saying that he don't like Liz like that. When he kissed her on her forehead, when a man kisses a woman on her forehead, let me tell you something. That's feeling. That is, I'm starting to feel something for you. Men just innately don't kiss a woman on the forehead unless he's feeling her. He will slob you down. But kissing on the forehead, that's an emotional connection. So yeah, he connected with Liz, don't get me wrong. But that desperation when trying to get an answer from Kyra, something about that, he ain't ready just yet. Not just yet. Almost. But
I agree
Well,
with
what do you think? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I agree with that scene as well. We're talking about, but you remember at the end of the scene that Kyra was when Jason asked that question, Kyra was shaking her head. I mean, to me, I agree with you 100%. But to me, it's like what woman wants to tell a man why they want to be in a relationship with them? Like, when is that ever going to work? And to me, that's what I saw it from there. Like, yes, Jason and Kyra were inconclusive and defining what the relationship was going to be. But when it gets to the point where like you can't tell that person, hey, I like you and want to see how things proceed, that was the main problem. Like Kyra was all up in her feelings and she couldn't put it into words. To me, a communication error. Like again, she didn't want to be vulnerable. She had her walls up. She didn't want to be hurt. And if this is the guy that you really want to be with, why is it that hard to tell them, hey, I like you. I want to see how this proceeds. That's what should have came out of her mouth. That didn't come out of her mouth. What came out of her mouth is, I want to see what my options are. I want to play the game. I want to see what is out there for me. And again, that's fine, but you're playing a losing game. Like we can give you credit for playing or showing up, but I don't give out participation trophies. And that to me was like someone that wanted participation trophy. Again, L's and L. Like I don't care how you want to get there.
She did. That's what I'm saying.
So again, I agree with you what want to say. I would be willing to give Kyra her props if she was able to tell the man that she was interested in why she wanted to be interested with him, but she didn't. And somehow I'm getting all in my head, in my space, like again, like what am I not seeing here? Just because she's showing it and not saying it, we're going to give her credit for it. Again, like at some point we have to grow up, and at some point we're going to have to be accountable for what we say and do.
No, Jason, I'm not talking about Kyra. I'm not talking about on Kyra's end. What I'm saying is that even when Jason addressed her about her stance, and she still was kind of flippant when she was talking to Jason, and he was kind of irritated because by this time he had chosen Liz, right?
Correct.
The time we talked, he chose Liz, right? When Kyra was talking, he still was asking, well, what do you want? So it wasn't a what do you want, like, girl, what do you talking, what do you want? It was almost like a plea for her to come out and say something, to say that, you know what, I want you, I still got feelings or something.
Right. Keep it simple. Like I watched Kyra give dialogues or monologues about her feelings throughout the entire season. When it came to the one thing she was supposed to do, tell Jason how he feels, she couldn't say it. Like I literally have those downs. Like why is that hard? But just chastising AJ every single week is it? or telling people about your feelings in the process isn't. But that's the hardest thing for her. And to me, it's like that. To me, that's my main issue, or one of the main issues with Kyra was like, okay, like, look, why is this hard? If that man was into you, he will tell you that. And again, if you've been listening to what Jason's been saying throughout the season, the man wants peace. The man does not want to argue. The man does not want to be with someone like Kyra. And especially when Kyra's ex-boyfriend would talk to Jason, to me that was the nail in the coffin, in my opinion. I was just like, this boy's not going back in this direction.
I don't think he's gonna go back either. I don't think that he's gonna go back and like know that she's not good for him. I think that he knows that. But a lot of times you can be in a situation. I don't know if you've ever been in a relationship where you know that somebody is not good for you, and you could have gone on in the other direction, but your heart still wants that, almost like that validation. Your heart still kind of wants that validation that you were chosen. And I think the way that he came off may not be the case, but the way that he came off, that he still wanted some sort of validation from Kyra that she wanted him.
I hear what you're saying. Again, I mean, it could look like a bad look, but to me, again, I guess I'm not reading it that way. I'm looking at it a different way. I guess we're gonna have to agree, disagree. But at the same time, it's like, okay, that scene doesn't give Kyra the pass for the season. That scene doesn't give like, well, you know what? If this guy doesn't choose me, I guess I'll try my situation over here. Again, at some point, it's like you're going to have to follow your heart or your head, like whichever what you want to do. Kyra wanted to stay in her head. She stayed in her head way too long, and it cost her heart. And she was just been honest to herself. Before they went to the castle, whatever, maybe this would have went a whole different direction, but it didn't. Because again, she was playing games. She was playing that Detroit Lion offense. I'm like, you're not going to win much games doing that. I'm sorry.
Well, Onu, you mentioned that you didn't see where Jason was all that way into her. He was into her, but he just dropped it. Like he became disinterested. And I think because people saw the level of how he cut it off, it was like, okay, it can't be real. But I agree with Wendy, like to this in the notion that Jason has a tendency to be flippant about his moves. But then again, it seems like Jason, he's writing this out to someone. He is attracted to Liz. He does like Liz. I'm not saying no, but it's kind of like that. I don't know. But for Liz, I think she's in love with being in love. And I think like what Siwa was saying, I think the most riskiest thing out of all this, she's gonna be the most damaged party. AJ can bounce back. Jason can bounce back from this. Kyra can bounce back from this. I don't believe she will, because like Siwa said, like she was mentioning at the end when she was like, "Thank God I found a man," and Mama, I found him. It was like more about like she was trying to convince herself, I know I was worthy. Like, I know I could get a man. I finally am seen as beautiful. It was like she didn't believe in herself. And I think that was the attraction level between Jason and Liz. Because in my opinion, their confidence level is at the same stop. It's at the same level. They're kind of very insecure, but they see their insecurity as confidence. But their confidence is at the same place. So Jason, I don't know if this would even change something, because Liz the other day mentioned that Jason was still trying to reach out to her to see if there was a window open. So I don't even know, like, how would Liz, like this, let's just say if they were in a relationship now, I don't even think for Liz, she would even bat an eye to that, because she wants this so bad. I don't think regardless, because even you for yourself or for myself, if somebody was moving how they were moving, like Jason, and at the end you found out he did what he did, that would just kill it for me. I would be not interested, but Liz was still there. She's trying to convince herself that he must be really 100% into me. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that he isn't, but like what he did after, that would be like, okay, he would really want her more than me. And that's what I think is the problem. And I think two people are kind of still on like the trepidation about her age, because Sean, you mentioned that she's 40. And I'm like, but the other Papa Smurfs up in there are seen as eligible. Like, why is that not a problem? And they got a whole litter of kids and grandkids. Liz is 40. She may not find what she wanted, or find men that were actually men and not really taking her seriously, or just want to play games and be like a Joelle and string you along. Be like an AJ, never give you an answer, and they wasted her time. And I think that's the real issue. Like, it's been promoted and not seen as a problem in the Black culture, particularly with men, of being decisive and not stringing women along, not being confusion. Because, and you got, like, when you mentioned before, like, people watching this, and particularly women are watching this, like, why we can't understand why men can't be straight with it or tell the truth. Because they keep saying that Black men will most often say women can't handle the truth. That's not necessarily true. Black men don't want to tell the truth because they know 9 out of 10, if they were to say, I just want to smash, the woman be not interested. Because women are truly the pickers, right? We respond to our mates. So if the idea of me having the power to reject you, you're not going to give me that power. You're going to lead me to believe that power is in your hand. That's why a lot of women respond off of. Like a Vern, she has the power, she has the body, right? She's beautiful. She has what men are attracted to right now in the trend. But she was still walking like she was the weak, not confident, waiting for Joel to give her the time of day. It was kind of seeming desperate and pathetic. But for AJ, it was kind of moving the same way. He knew Kyra was out of his league, but he sat back. He was kind of like, you come to me, because he has that power as a man. Just because he's a man.
You know what? And to that point, what that makes me think of, like, within our community, and looking at a little bit more global, within our community, the communication is like this. You'll say, I love you, and then somebody will say, love you. That one word makes a huge difference. You know what I'm saying? When somebody says, I love you, you know that they're invested. But then you'll have a man, you say, sweetie, I love you. And he'll turn around and say, love you too. It doesn't mean the same thing. That one word being missing means something totally different. Because love you means that I got affection for you, you cool, we're good. But I love you means that I'm invested. So when we communicate with each other, it's almost like words that are important are missing in the equation. Something is always missing. That's what this whole episode felt like to me. That just it's little things that were very important. They were missing. Don't know what it was, but it's missing.
Well, like who in particular?
Wait, Joe, before you respond this, we're doing last orders at the bar now. So one was last one. So everyone to prepare their last minute statements because we've reached the 4-hour mark. Listen,
okay.
You know what I'm saying? It's been a killer question. It's been a killer conversation. You know, there's been some nice stuff been said. You know what I mean? And we don't have to always agree. I want the audience to understand this. It's conversation, right? And if everybody agreed, it'd be boring. Yeah, we need different perspectives so we can learn and we can grow. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate the different views that everyone brought to the table because it helps us get a little bit deeper. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. All right, cool. So someone's saying they want more. We're at the 4-hour mark, okay? What you say?
It's been a good combo today.
It's been good. It's been really good. I think we've had different perspectives, and I think that's what's needed in order to get better conversation and get us to a point where we're actually learning, growing, and actually having more conversations. You know what I'm saying? So, but let me let people go for their final statements. Joe, let me go first. Go for it.
You know, well, for the whole season, watching Ready to Love, it was just of how our community, like Kojo said, needs help. Like, we have a very dysfunctional way of dating, and it's more so toxic than beneficial. And what I mean by that, I don't have a gloom and doom about love and black relationships. What I say is that I think Seaway mentioned it before, like, we don't see how we damage and hurt other people. It's cool that we do things and, you know, you take the hit, but when you start rippling effect, you know, like even with Kyra, that date, him not paying, still to this day is a problem for her. You know, like for him, he was like, oh, you brought that up? Like, what's the big deal? Like, even then, he still can't even take accountability for it. And it's like the marker for what is the issue with our community. Like, people are hurt, people don't deal with it from the women's side, and the men do it, or they move on and don't take accountability. Or the men are hurt and they don't take accountability. And it's just like, when are we going to learn? And see what mentioned before, like Black women not being married. I was reading a statistic. It said 97% of Black women are the largest population of demographic that is not married. And it said out of, I think, 86%, whereas as opposed to 86% of other races are. And it just goes to show you that we're not seen as mates, we're seen as carry along things. And we're not seen as necessary to men right now, currently. And I think that was the thing with Ready to Love. You had a lot of men being okay with saying, no, let's put a pause on it. Let's see where we can take this. You know, I'm not ready yet. They were in their mind, there was nothing wrong with that. And I think, and there was nothing wrong with a lot of women kind of force feeding these men too, to being mad aggressive, like Alexis, like being aggressive, being over sexual, and then turn it from 1 minute she's Cardi B, and the next she's Yolanda Adams at the end. Like, it was confusing, like, wait. And it was kind of like,
Joe,
you get two messages.
Joe, you gotta wrap it up. You gotta wrap it up. You passed a minute.
But but overall, it was kind of like, we need to do better. All of us. We just need to do better.
Love that. Appreciate it, Joe. Seaway, give us your minute breakdown, please.
Real quick, because I know we're over it. We're over our time. I enjoyed this season. A lot more than last season. But I will say, I hope that with the next season that comes up, they couple some of these singles between 30 and 50, I think it is, with some therapy, some relationship counseling, things like that. I think we need to add on something to make this more substantive, because I think a lot of us tune into this show because we really want people to find love. Everyone on this panel wants people to find love. I think sincerely is why we're watching it. And I think it kind of takes away from it that after all these seasons, literally nothing comes of any of these couples, because they don't match it with any of the necessary, counseling, therapy things to work through their issues. So I hope next season comes back with more interesting couples, but I hope they bring on some things to help the couples all along. And I just think we can agree to disagree about who's going to stay together. If Jason and Liz are good for each other, if AJ's a good guy, bad guy, the list goes on. But I cannot wait to see what happens with the reunion. I want to know what's really going down. Maybe Liz will fool us all, and she got all the discernment in the world, and she's playing all of us. We don't know. I can't wait to see. And yeah, so I'm excited for the reunion.
Thank you, Seaway. Appreciate you. Sean, 1 minute breakdown, please.
Sure. So, Seaway, you pretty much said most of everything that I had to say. I think that piece is, sometimes we see the people on the TV and we get so attached to them, right? Because we can see ourselves in them, and there's nothing wrong with that. But the goal of this, when we think about the show and then we dissect it, right, is trying to understand what is the learning. Right. And I think too often in our society, whether it's this or other shows or other things we do, we put people on a pedestal. Right. Mm-hmm. And we know what happens when we pedestalize people. They fall off of them. Right. And I think that's what we got to, avoid. Right. We got to be able to look at people's actions and see where the disconnect is. Right. And again, no shame for Liz. I think she's a wonderful woman. But as a man on the dating scene, I think we got to look and inspect, right? Just the same way I'm being looked and inspected, right? I'm being held accountable. Sometimes we're too easy to judge the other person, but we don't always look at ourselves, right? We're not always holding ourselves accountable. And I think that's what's important, right? And we're going to agree and have different opinions, and that's awesome. But we got to be able to look at both sides of things, right? So I think Joe had some fantastic points. Wendy, Onu, Seaway, Kojo, right? All interesting points. But we got to be able to see both sides of it. And I think the biggest thing, and I'm going to wrap up on this, right? So I'm nailing the point about Jason's leadership, because when Jason's mother posed that question to Liz, What did she say? She delicately positioned it back to she wants her man to lead the household. So if we're looking for what Liz's true leadership style is and what she wants her man to lead the household, and that's not how Jason is showing up. And that's that. And I'm done.
All right. Well, I mean, I enjoyed speaking with everyone today, so I really listened to your point of views. I guess I'm using my minute to chime in what Joel had to say about honesty. I think with men, like, we need to be more honest with what our intentions are. Like, in the past, I've said things or done things I really didn't want to do. When I realized, you know what, just to say what I meant, even though how harsh it might seem, it takes so much stress or burden off my shoulders. It's made me progress in relationships a lot more better as I've grown up. So I think men need to do that. Black men need to do that much more often. So I agree. Hopefully we can see that. And like, again, like I guess I'm seeing the good side of Jason, what he could potentially be. And I wish him about hopeful success. Then if this works out, +1 to the wedding, like 1 supporter.
You muted.
Sorry, Wendy, give us your 1 minute breakdown.
Okay, he got my 1 minute, less than one. I wish them all the best. I wish them all the best. If they find love and find happiness, baby, kudos to all of you. I'm gonna tell you what I want to see. I want to see some regular folks that's on Ready to Love. Everybody in there is doctor, lawyers, and Indian chiefs. Not every Black person has those kind of jobs. There's some regular people with some regular jobs that are looking for love, and their life stories are just as interesting. I get this whole high value thing, but there's a lot of value in people who have 9 to 5s.
That's short and sweet. Man, the comments are crazy. I love it. Hey, listen, thank you guys for turning out strong. You know, it came out 1-4, so we appreciate you. You guys are obviously enjoying the great content you guys are bringing. Listen, I want to keep it 100 true. Listen, I see the comments. You know, you guys. I want you guys to keep commenting, right? Respectfully, okay? So, you know, keep the bars, keep the funniness. I love it. It's banter in the chat as well. We enjoy it all, man. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes you even take a bit of fun at us, and we can take that. Do you know what I'm saying? So, I want to appreciate you guys for turning out, showing love, and, you know, coming through with the time that you guys have spent with us, man. 4 hours, listen to us break some stuff down. So really, really appreciate it, guys. We're going to be back here tomorrow night. Yeah, we're going to be starting season 2, Put a Ring on It. We're going to be talking about that. Do you know what? I'm excited for that show, okay? Because there's a lot of stuff going on. I was going to say another word, but there's a lot of stuff going on in these relationships, and I think we need to have some good conversations around that. Do you know what I'm saying? So yeah, guys, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. And we'll see you guys 6 p.m. CST, which is 12 o'clock midnight for UK people. 6 p.m. CST.
Eastern Standard Time, please.
Eastern. What's the difference? Only an hour. You're an hour difference, bro.
Best time zone. It's the best time zone.
Oh my
god.
No,
stand up.
Oh my god.
DC in the house.
you work it out in terms of what it means for EST. Work it out. They better work it out. You know what I'm saying? They better work it out. But yeah, guys, it's been good. It's been amazing. And look, man, we're gonna see you guys tomorrow for that impressive live on Put a Ring on It. For the rest of you guys, appreciate you. Stay locked, stay loaded, stay hydrated, and don't do anything I wouldn't do. All right, appreciate you guys.